Good morning. Got going a little quick today. Trying to hurry with little bits of setup. All right, there's that one. One more. All right. So I went through and got a bit of this working last night. Still got some little bits that are just not wired up, like add channels. So we're going to clean up some of these real quick. To explain what I did last night, we have Packeteer, and then I extracted a bunch of its code out into channels. I am including clients as channels, and also those groups of clients as channels. Hello, welcome everybody. Oh, you know what I forgot? I was trying to get set up so quick this morning. I'm running like, I don't know, 25 minutes early. Who earns a living by driving their customers away? A taxi driver. Didn't. That was okay. Why was Cinderella thrown away? Oh, thrown away. Why was Cinderella thrown off the basketball team? She ran away from the ball. All right, well, good morning. She ran from the ball, yes. When you've heard Why did the picture go to jail? It was framed. Okay. So I've been working on the other portion of the game server, right? As we were talking yesterday, and let's see if this will go back here. Game servers. Oh, it's not working. Let me fix that. There it is. Sprite. And we were talking about game servers and what are game servers made of. They're basically made of 3 pieces. You have the pink piece, which is like the multiplexer. You have the blue piece, which is kind of a pub sub piece, and then you've got the game master and the database, right? And like at a really, really high level, that's what a game server is. You need to be able to pull data in, right? Let people transform the world that they're interacting with, or the game, whatever you want to call it, and then publish that state change to everybody else. So this is the publish to everybody else piece, and I'm calling it Packeteer. It is very specific to the game, so I don't know how much. I don't know how useful it would be to others, but I'm still making it available. Now, you know what? Get status. All right, now this is at this location, if anybody cares to follow along, or if you just want more context. And if you've never seen Source Hub before, which I'm sure most of you have, oh, you know what? That's not a valid URL. I need another slash right there. Really? That wasn't that hard. All right, well, it's over here. So, yeah, it says legacy package here at the top. Yeah, I'll have to get some of this cleaned up still, but you want to dig in. So at the moment, we're going to do a little bit of cleanup. This is client add channel. Add channel isn't being used yet, so this needs to be called from channel. That, and we need to do a little bit of a code scrub. So probably this first hour here or so is going to be this cleanup. So add channel. Associated function is never used. Remove channel, remove client, add channel. Do we not have like a add client? Here's add client. Entry, insert client info. Okay, now inside of channels, I pulled this out and into its own structure because these 2 pieces of data have to be updated together. Right, and the reason they have to be updated together is because one is like, it's 2 maps that actually point in each other's direction. So in this case, clients, maybe we should document that too. Clients, that's client ID to their client info. And here channels is channel ID to client ID in its sender. So when you want to send something to a channel, you end up getting all of the async channel senders for that. and then you send to them. Now, if you wanted to remove a client, you get its list of channels, which is buried inside of client info, and then you have to remove them from this other structure. So these two things have to be updated together. And it could probably use a decent test suite just to make sure that all the different mutations actually happened correctly to both of them. So we're going to dig in. Just going to do a scrub on this one top to bottom. Channels new. Just creating the defaults. That makes sense. Default does what you expect. Using MQ. Message queue. It's actually very similar. I didn't see, so I did a search on this, and it could have been my lack of finding something. But it seems like it wasn't that big of a piece of code to write. But I didn't have a good message queue library that I wanted to use. A lot of them, for like, Redis has stuff built in. I do not want to have buffers or things like that I can't control. So I want it to be inside of Rust. Oh, this is Challenger Deep. Sick mofo. Yeah, 0MQ, I really toyed with, thought, you know what? Something like that would have actually worked pretty well, but I didn't want to leave Rust. Because, most of this is just actually learning Rust. So implementing something simple to be able to do this, it seems like something that'd be nice to do. Basically, if it'll take me a couple days to implement, I'll implement it. If it's going to take me a month to implement, should probably pick it up off the shelf. Unless, of course, it doesn't exist on the shelf. But yeah, there's lots of room for improvement in here, and I expect that from time to time we'll drop back in here. Okay, so for adding a client, we're being passed in the client info. Okay, which is fine. All we have to do is store that. When we get a new client, we do not get any new channels, so that's fine. So we get the entry. If there's something already there, return an error. Otherwise, insert return OK. And that seems fine. Client sender. Now, what we're doing here is actually returning references to the sender. So if you wanted to send a packet to a specific client, like, hey, your login succeeded, that sort of thing, we do that here. So client sender, get the client ID, map it to the right type here, and return it. All senders, we just give an iterator back to this whole thing. Oh, that's funny. We do not need that. Yeah, the little pieces that So I did try to give back just the piece of, here, let's take another stab at that. I would have rather just returned all the senders, right? But instead we're returning ID and client info. This client's here, it's a hash map. And you can basically return a hash map. This iterator is basically a key value pair, a tuple of that to that. Now, I believe that this doesn't need the ID. So if I go back into Packeteer, I think it's near the bottom somewhere. We publish all. We get all senders here. I guess we do need the ID, but we do not need the rest of the info on this. Let's try to just pull sender out of there. Oh, let me adjust the brightness of my phone. Much better. All right, so how do we return this? We'll map that. This should give us whatever our ID is, client ID, and then the client info. Now I know we're going to be returning a piece, something inside of this. Client ID followed by client info.sender. See, this is what I was trying to return, but I wasn't able to yesterday. And what's different here? Expected a tuple with that. So it's this little piece right here. Now, why is it saying that it expected that? Is that because of the type I'm passing? That doesn't seem reasonable. Behind a shared reference. Ah, okay, there we go. That goes back to adding and removing asterisk and ampersand until Rust is happy. All right, now if that's the case, we have to update this. This is no longer client info, this is sender. And we don't have to deconstruct that or reach into it. Yay, that's a better interface. Channel senders. So if this is very, very similar, we're trying to get the sender for a given channel. Now, why aren't we doing the same thing? Here we're returning the whole hash map. Let's try this again. I should really get better at that commenter. Nerd commenter? Alright, yeah. And what are the default command line? Command options. Default mappings. CC, CN. Interesting. You use commentary? You like it quite a bit? Emo Baba 26, good morning. Okay. Yeah, I forget where I saw this. All right. Pretty block format, leader CS. Okay. Oh, that's not bad. That's pretty though. I don't want that one. Leader CC. Let's try that. That's kind of gross. How don't you like? I mean, that's better. All right. Whatever. Okay, so this is there. Vim commentary. Yeah, I don't know which one's better than the other. In fact, I don't use either one well. In fact, you can see I'm still trying to learn that one. How do you like commentary? Oh, you like it quite a bit. Thank you. Yes, NeoVim. NeoVim's awesome. I really like NeoVim. Highlights with motions. I might have to check that out later. Alright. Oh, T-Pope. Oh, of course. Alright. Back to the code then. I'll look at that later. I feel like that juicy percent highlights whatever percent would take you to. Oh, that is nice. Oh, it comments whatever percent would take you to. That is nice. Now, in the case of this channel senders, I think it should still be a little bit more like the one up above, where I have some sort of impl iterator on this. We're going to be returning actually the same thing. Actually, this will be the okay, because it's possible that you have an error. The error being that it couldn't be found. And sender here. We're going to need the ID and the... Okay, yeah, both of them. Both. Because this is actually the client ID, not the channel ID. And then it's sender. So we're going to get that. We have to map it. Iter.map. Alright, and what are we getting out of that? Hash map of sender to that. Why is that a hash map? Alright, so channels is ID to hash map. We look up the channel ID. Oh, I see. Yes, that is correct. I like these highlights here, the little type-ins. For situations like this, I find it very, very helpful. Instead of like jumping around a bunch, I can just stare at them. Oh, I see. That actually gave us an option. I don't want to iterate that. I want to map the option. So in this case, we'll have the hash map. Let's not call it a hash map. Let's call it a client map, client sender map. I feel like I'm putting that at the wrong spot here. No, we want to change that into an iterator. Iter.map. And at this point, we'll get the ID. So that's a map, so it needs to be... Oh, no, it is iter. We don't just need the values or the keys. So that's the sender, and we have to return a tuple anyways. Actually, just returning the tuple might be enough. Or, excuse me, the iterator might be enough. Because that's all we want. Journey in AI, good morning. Alright, and there it is. So we just get its iterator, and it doesn't know what it's actually stored in, which is fine. Oh, day's just beginning. Just doing a little bit of cleanup. I did some coding last night, trying to extract this lovely pair of collections into its own structure so that they can be mutated together. And that turns out that it had some nice side effects because of this exclusive borrow, shared borrow and exclusive borrow. I was able to guarantee in Rust terms that these things wouldn't be mutated separate from each other, which was really, really nice. All right, so channel senders, that's going to be used in Packeteer here, but now we don't have the same return value. It is an iterator, so we should just be able to fold that. And we're going to get the client ID and the sender. Perfect. Small changes, but I think they'll be better. All right, now when we add a channel, all we're doing is adding it to the collection. There are no senders inside of it. Again, we're adding it to this list. When we end up having a client that wants to be a part of that channel, we add their sender here and put their client ID here. So it's a hash map of hash maps. I left it as a hash map here and not a vector. It's because it's not going to be a small collection. Code mostly in Python, so typically find the worst problems at runtime. Oh man. I do web development during the day, and it drives me nuts when, there's a typo and due to some string or some, misspelling, it blew up. And I just spent like an hour and a half finding a typo. Like, no, there should be a compiler that can validate that for me. Now for add channel, it looks like we're doing this correctly. All we're trying to do is create a new channel. So there's its ID. Now in C, way back when, goodness, 20 some odd years ago, 20 years ago, I spent a week chasing this, and I still remember it. If it was something like this, C equals yeah, a bug like that. That was the worst. that was really bad. I think we're good with this one. We insert into the entry the default value, so that should be a hash map here. All right, now when we remove a client, there's a little bit more involved. We have to remove them from both maps. And to look at the maps again, clients here. Inside of this client info, it also has a channel ID, a list of channels that this client is subscribed to. For this purpose, when we remove the client, we need to remove it from this map and then also unsubscribe it from everything. So remove client, we remove it from that first map, which is perfect, right? We just want to do that. If it's not found, return early. Okay, now this next portion, for each one of the channels that client is in, we need to remove them. So we get the channel, mutate it, and then remove them from the map. That looks decent. And we return the client info. I don't know why we're returning the client info. Probably because of the abort or something else in there. But it got added, so we'll remove it. That one looks decent. Remove channel. Ooh, this one has a to-do in it. All right. So just to look again, here we're going to be removing a channel. So given this channel ID, we have client IDs here in the inner hash map. So when this channel goes away, every single one of these client IDs need to be updated, because that ID points to one of these, and inside of that client info, we have a link back to the channel. Okay. Here it is. I went to the wrong code at first. So same thing as before. We get the client map because we remove the channel ID, and return the correct error. Unknown channel ID. Good. Remove it from every client it has referenced. So given the client map, we'll have just the keys. That makes sense because the values are just the senders, and we're going to drop those. So if let some client yeah, and I wonder about this too. Because of this being extracted into this structure now, I don't know if it's even possible to get these out of sync. Or rather, getting these out of sync would be a bug, of course. So if we weren't able to find a client, that would be, let's say, exceptional. Think about that. And I think because we have these now in the same channels here, and this has to be mutated together, as long as we don't screw this up, it's going to be fine. Oops. All right, let's add, say, do I have logger in here? Actually, I think I would rather panic, because this channel should not point to a client that no longer exists. Yeah. So we'll just say let client equal that. All right. And then we remove the channel from the client. Now, what does that return? A result in an error. Now, same thing here. When we remove the channel from the client, I don't think this should actually get out of sync. The problem is, no, we do own this. We own that, so that should be fine. Expect. I'm going to toss the same expect on there. Channel should not point to invalid clients, and clients. All right, these are going to be some hardware guarantees, and that's nice. Ah, now are we actually done? Did we update both of them? We have the channels, removed it from there, removed it from every single client, and it's done. All right, subscribe. And this is the opposite. We take a client ID and make sure it's associated with the channel. So if we do not have one of these, why did I do it that way? Client, we get an option back. We could just do an OK or else on this. Unknown client ID. Return that. We'll map this client. We end up cloning that because we're going to put it into another map. Did I get the parens right? Looks like it. Oh, the match. There we go. Same number of lines, Alright, so once we have the channel, I wonder how commenting is on these. I'm still getting used to commenting some of the combinators like this. Like, is it better to comment at the very end, out here? Do you comment on what this line is doing? Maybe if it's short. If you have a longer comment between. Alright, now if it's a channel, or rather we look up the channel, put that in there. Now on the entry API, I was having trouble doing this with a combinator. So I ended up using the match syntax, which is just, it reads really nicely. So if we have an entry, why do I have to do a get mutable on that? So otherwise we have an occupied entry. I see. Oh, we're getting immutable ref. What is that too? Oh, that's on the. I'm not seeing this. So this channel here is a hash map of hash maps, and that like trips me up sometimes. So here we're getting the outer hash map, and then we get the inner hash map and add to it. Double subscription. Yeah, if the user tells us to do this twice, we're just going to make sure that they're subscribed. So if they're subscribed, we insert them, and otherwise, if it's vacant, we don't know about it. Closing the sender was no harm. I mean, if we wanted to avoid this allocation, we could put this in here somewhere. That would only be for error, and that would make it look a little bit more complicated. That's not so bad. And at this point, we still wouldn't have inserted, so that works. All right, next one. Unsubscribe. Wait. We didn't do both, did we? We did one, we didn't do the other. We subscribed and put the sender of the client in here, but we didn't actually modify the client. We have to modify the client here. We have to say client dot add channel ID. Oh, the way these cascade. There we go. That one was missing before. So it needs to be added to 2 places. Got it. And when we unsubscribe, we should be doing the opposite. So we take them out of there, self-net channels, but we're not actually removing them from the client. So that has to be updated as well. Now, earlier when we did that expect here, this was when we're removing a channel. Okay, that's fine. No user input there. But this one, where they tell us to unsubscribe this client from this channel, they could be wrong, right? The channel might not exist. The client might not exist. Removing the client from the inner hash map. I think I want to do this in 2 pieces. So here we're looking up the channel, removing the client from its list. We should also look up the client and remove the channel from its list. Self.clients. Alright, now we need the client ID. Get mutably. Client ID. A borrowed client ID. Do we want to do an and then here? I think an and then would be fine. Returns none if the option is none, otherwise calls F with a wrapped value and returns a result. Alright, so there's our client.remove channel, remove channel ID. Now because this could be a user mistake, we are not going to error if this happens, or at least not have a panic. We're not going to panic. No panicking. No, I find some of these easier to do with a match. I'm going to do that. We're gonna match. Let's just do that. Fill in the match arms. So we have something. Client. Remove channel. We're going to toss a question mark on there because if that channel doesn't exist, we should be able to get back an error from this. Oh, toggle bit. I thought you tapped out. Yep. See you, toggle bit. Stay safe. Yeah, my old boss. He used to say, and he had to head out of the office at a very specific time, otherwise his wife would meet him at the courthouse. Oh, he ended up pointerifying stuff. Well, good news. Yeah, it's only need the const stuff. So, alright, let's keep going here. So if we remove the channel, what does that end up giving us? It will give us an unknown channel ID if it doesn't exist in there, which is nice. And in this case, we should just return I mean, now that I see this, yeah, how is that going? All you need is a lifetime. Oh my goodness. Now, if this is the case, we're going to return unknown client ID. All I need is a lifetime. Very philosophical. Jackson Turner, good morning. A fellow trans streamer. I don't follow. All right. Oh, interesting. Because I'm using Rust. I don't get it. Oh man, I hate it when somebody tells a joke and I just don't understand it. All right. Somebody's stirring up trouble. All right, let's keep going. I've considered using Rust with Godot, but it doesn't seem to be straightforward. Compared to, let's say, GDScript, it isn't. You have to do a little bit more setup. And right now we're actually looking at the server code. So this right here is not Rust for Godot. I also highly recommend using the 0.9 preview version of the release of the bindings. They're much better than the 0.8 ones. They actually express the safety portions of it much better. All right. Yeah, and one other thing that you should look at if you're getting into that, where is it? Let's go to the top level of that account thing. But project utils, wiring this up is very nice. If you can get this set up, it'll set up all of the libgdn and gdns files for you. I think my integration of this is slightly different because I have it in a workspace. Oh, there we go. What if we toss that into a little paste source out? You'll have two examples. File name. Godot build tooling. Toolsing. There it goes. Looks like I even have some debugging in there. Yep, very welcome. All right. So with this unsubscribe, we look up and see if we need to remove the channel. We get an unknown client ID. If we get this one, we should return an unknown channel ID. If it does find that, we'll continue on here, which means that this vacancy is unlikely. Because if we were able to remove it here, we must be able to remove it down here and here. Yeah, because if this relationship exists, then it must exist down here, otherwise it's an error in our code. Let's try to enforce that, at least with some expecs. Now at this point, we're not returning anything, are we? No, it's just going to be an error or unit. Alright, so if they pass the gauntlet, they will get that. Remove. Dropping it. if it was removed above. Here. Not the best little message. It'll work. Now in this case, here the channel. So what do we say? The channel existed for the client. But the channel doesn't exist. That'll work. Grazink, good morning. Yes, happy Friday to you too. Hoping to do a longer stream today. We'll see. Entry, get mutable, remove, etc. If we don't have that, okay, good. And we made it top to bottom in that file. There and there. Good. Ooh, we have a warning. Yeah, I stream every day, unless of course I don't. But yeah, I actually plan on streaming every morning. Part of my kind of a mental exercise with Rust. I want to get better and better and better at Rust. Because I really wouldn't mind my next gig actually being a Rust gig. Or, you know, of course, making a ton of money on the game, which I'm not expecting. I ran into a situation the other day where you wanted a guard on an associated type for a trait that didn't carry a lifetime, which is where you required GATs. Oh, I see, yeah. Yeah. Alright, now at this point here, we have this unused variable. I don't think we have to do anything with that. Two more. Use of oh my goodness. Let's read this. Use of moved value, channel ID. Now this entry, it wants to own that. I have to clone that. That should be a cheap clone. It should be a get mutable. Ah, yes. So if we add a channel, and we get a result back, if there's an error, what do we do? Okay, so we might get duplicate channel ID. I think in most cases, we don't care. If we double subscribe, it's okay. And the only thing that we can do there is double subscribe. Returns this. I thought this was a neat pattern here. Oh, you like that Challenger Deep? Very nice. It's easier on the eye once you have it in front of you. Yeah. I don't know how the colors actually translate. It might not be as bright. All right. Actually, if we're just going to ignore that, why don't we just say, hey, it's okay? Where else do we use duplicate channel ID? Oh. So in client and in channel, before we go to add a channel. Okay, I'm going to change this here. And we'll convert this into an if letter. If that's equal to that, ignoring the dupe, insert it. Man, I spent so much time going through different themes in here, and this is the only one that stuck for me. It's bright enough. The colors are not too sharp, right? But they're easy to tell apart. I like that the comments are actually muted in most cases. Yeah, the comments are muted, but the documentation is bright. I used to change themes all the time, but then I stopped. Alright, now in this case, we're just ignoring that. Good morning, Museum. Remove client. Where are we? This is if something goes really wrong. Okay, this is a good spot. So this is inside of the spawner. When a new stream is added, a new client is added, we spawn a task for them. And then they continually push data out. Unless, of course, they are woken up. Now, if everything is okay, then we get the client and we return the client. However, if things didn't go very well, then we're actually going to remove the client in a different way. We're going to drop them. Basically, if there's an IO error, we're just going to drop the client. So we end up calling channels.write remove client from inside of here, which means that we also have a reference to this. I would like to not have a reference to this. It'd be nice if they could be cleaned up in some other way, but I don't see a good way. I think this is okay for now. I'll add a note.
Dat boy, I miss you, bro. There go that boy, yeah, he used to be my homie. He doesn't come around these days, I'm feeling kinda lonely. Was it something that I said? I don't get it. He spends his nights unfortunate and his mornings up on Reddit. Can't take it personal when he's on the go. Unicycle vertical, rolling out the dough. Still got the photo on my fridge from graduation. Pollywogs and cap and gown, you were my inspiration.
All right, so when we go to publish to a client, what do we do here?
When they see you rolling up, classic CGI. Proud of my little bro, just know I saw that light inside. You looked up to me back when we were tapped.
Get the client sender, try to send to it. If we cannot send to it, we just drop the client. I try to not do this very often. Or rather, I want to think about it before I do that, because to me it's kind of like silencing errors, right? If something did happen and then there was an error here, like, oh, you couldn't remove this client because of yada yada, we're just getting rid of it. Because really, do I want to have it just silenced, or if there's an error, do I want to log it, ePrint line, panic? What do I want to do? Because here we had a read. I would try to send away. It could have dropped, could have died, could have had an IO error, and the other end dropped. Then we attempt to do a double remove on it, and then yeah, but it's an actual error. I mean, I would like to. Yeah, silencing is never a good pattern. But also logging warnings or logging errors that you couldn't do anything about, I think is also harmful. So I'm trying to just think of the situation that we could get into where this didn't exist. And I think this line here, the only reason this would fail is if we were inside of the spawner and they got an IO error just as we were trying to send to them, and it got dropped before we reached it. Right, so basically between here and here, these lines here, versus these here, right? We have a little bit of a race condition, and I think if they did beat us to remove the client, I don't care, it's gone, right? So I think in this case, the silencing is actually okay. If there was any other way for this to happen, I wouldn't be so worried about it. Enemy text on the remove? Well, I want to be able to publish all the time, and we do have this read-write lock. I mean, we could get a write lock and ensure that only one... we can ensure that channels doesn't actually mutate between, well, between the send and between the error. But I don't think this is going to be happening very often. I mean, maybe we could add a debug log. I don't think it's an error, though. I think it's more just informational. All right, let's do that. So I want to make sure. Warn? But I don't think it's a bad thing. Well, I think it's possible, and I think we're also handling it well. Because if this does happen and we get the trisend fails, the only reason that trisend can fail is if the other end of that channel is gone. And the only reason that would be gone is if it got removed and bailed out of here. And that's it. So to get out of there means that it would have had to hit this, or somebody would have concurrently removed this, if they did a remove client on it. So why are we even trying to do that then? Actually, if there is an error, it's because it's actually being removed. Maybe we just don't handle it. Actually, that seems to make sense too. It's the only reason that would go away, that channel would go away, is if it was removed either due to IO error or actively being removed by the user. In either case, we don't have to do this. However, we can say that it doesn't exist. Probably because, well, you removed it or it went away. All right. Next one. And in that case, the error kind of bubbles out to the client, right? They get a notice that this doesn't exist anymore. And I think the entire thing is cleaned up. We don't have any dangling pointers or collections that haven't been updated. All right, now in this case, channel publish, we're sending this data to everybody in that channel. Channel senders. Why did I do this? Why did I get the read guard? Because I want the failures. Previous attempt. Left binding. Odd. Okay, well, we try to get the, I don't see which one it's complaining about. Oh, we keep a reference to the channels, the failed clients. Oh no, we don't need to keep the read guard open for that. There we go. Now in this case, if we did publish to something and it fails for some reason, are we in the same situation? I think we are. In this case, if we are pushing to something and that channel is gone, I think it's actually something where we don't do anything. It's a situation where it's getting removed on its own in that spawn, or somebody is actively trying to remove it. In which case, they should actually have a right to this. Yeah, this shouldn't be possible anymore. Okay. I like Rust. I really like Rust. I'm gonna get rid of this cleanup here. Because if that's happening, they're actually going away. I'm not going to collect the vector of failures. Channel senders dot. What are the alternatives to collect? Like if I just want to run something, I could do a for each. Takes two tuples, yes. We have the client ID and the sender. Not doing this anymore. For each and last. Oh, last. Oh, I hadn't thought of last. Because it has to go through everything in order to get to it. Fold to scan. I see. Alright, not collecting failures anymore. Now this should tell us that yeah, if we can't send to it, it's going away for a reason. Actually, if we don't need the client ID anymore, might as well simplify that. Lender, sender. Okay. All right, just a heads up, in a couple, 2 minutes, in 2 minutes, I'm going to take a 15-minute break and have breakfast and coffee. And then I'm going to keep streaming after that, probably for another, goodness, let me see how long I can go today. I don't have any work to do today. All right, now at this point, build clients, channel. Yeah, the same situation. Going to publish all, we're actually publishing to everything. It's like a broadcast. All senders should, instead of this, return just the sender. All right. Not going to fold anymore. All senders dot for each on that. Actually, I don't even think it's possible. Because if we have a read lock, that means that they can't get the write lock. Yeah, that shouldn't be possible. So maybe we just say expect. All right, now I'm gonna head outside. It's actually a pretty nice day out. We've been having breakfast outside lately. All right, so I'm gonna do that. I will be back in 15. See you soon.
to believe you're no longer with me. Told me to wait by the ocean, falling deep, you were floating. I remember you said to me,
just that moment with you, just that moment with you, it's all I really need.
Fingers trace when you would sleep beside me. Conversations in my sheets, body to body. A sudden hit to my blind side, like a ghost I couldn't find. I remember you said to me, nothing's gonna break us, this love will make us. Nothing's gonna break. Yeah, nothing's gonna break us, this love will make us. Nothing's gonna break.
Just that moment with you, just that moment
And hello, we're back, now with coffee. Caffeine! Ah, excuse me, coughing. Alright. That was good coffee today. Let's toss on some better specs here. Let's see, so if these are... Let's see, if these are unbounded, then there's no reason to fail except for the other reason. There's only one reason to fail, and that's if the other end has been dropped. Alright, let's take a look through this just to make sure. I ended up pairing those two collections into this one struct, which is nice. It cleaned up a lot of stuff here. We have clone, we have new, register client, go through, add them into this collection. What can this actually return an error of unknown client ID? That doesn't seem right. Unless it's possible to somehow between here and here remove it. I guess it's possible. Somebody could have called that. It's at least documented. The client was removed already. All right. Create channel, that's just a pass through. Same with subscribe, unsubscribe. Publish, we get into interesting stuff. And here, if we have the read log, shouldn't be able to remove it, so it should still exist, and this expect stand. There we go. Channel publish. Much more comfortable with this now. Totally not a spam bot. Long time no see. How's it been? I don't know if you've been lurking or whatnot. It's good to see you. Happy Friday. What was it? Oh, one of my kids told me that Siri told them a joke. Went like this. I don't often tell dad jokes, but when I do, he usually laughs. Alive and employed? Nice, nice. And something weird happened though, because I always associate Siri with that sort of feminine voice. But my daughter has Siri set to the Australian male voice, so she calls Siri he. And so when she said that he told her a joke the other day, I didn't understand. It just didn't connect. But yeah, that Australian male Siri voice is rather nice. Shawl is the wrong return type. Oh, thank you. And I think I actually inhaled some coffee. So in this case, this publish all, I don't think it should have any return. You're just sending to everything. Try send. Expect. Done. What was it for? It was outstanding in his field. See, that's the sort of quality entertainment we look for on this stream here. Hold on, I'm gonna add that to the jokes here. Streaming jokes. Quality entertainment, right there. Coughing in the lungs for the best effect. Man, I am still suffering from it. I am so thankful that this thing has a mute on it. Yeah. All right. Quality entertainment. This seems okay. Just send to everybody. We don't need a return type. Just go. Why wasn't the butterfly allowed to go to the dance? Because it was a mothball. Oh. All right. Now just remember, you tell a joke on here, I'm gonna eventually have some sort of they will be used eventually. So thank you, Kimbo12. It was a mothball. All right. Publish all, that's good. Remove client. That's fine. Here we get a write lock. We remove the client, which means it's still alive at that point. We awaken it. We receive it. I feel like when we remove the client, we should really be dropping the sender at that point. Oh. Thank you very much. Because the only thing that we want out of this is W, which actually comes back from eject. We want the waker. Other than that, I don't think we want anything. In fact, we could just invoke the waker and not return the client info, just drop it. I'd like the channel to go away as soon as possible, really. Actually, what's the point of that? Because if we remove the channel right away, that's just a sending side. It doesn't actually do anything. It doesn't matter. Okay. Nope, that's fine. Signal to the channel. Okay, they should come back. We wake it up. And this is what ejects it out of the spawn loop. Receive it, await it, and return. Does mean that this is async, but it's not much to get away from that. And we could return something that's asynchronous, but I would rather control the lifetime of this thing. Because we don't have an exclusive borrow here, it can still be used elsewhere. But we would probably be returning something that had a write lock, or yeah, this write lock. And we don't want to do that. Alright, that one looks okay. Remove channel. Do we have to do anything else other than this? With the channel ID, we pass that through. We call remove channel. That removes the clients from the channel, or at least it should. Yep, remove the channel and the clients. Okay. Nice. All right, let's look at some of the inner pieces here. We've got error, just to do a little sanity check. Unknown client IDs, channel IDs, duplicates. Okay, that's if you're trying to add something twice for either of those. That's if you're trying to send to either one of these and they don't exist. Okay. That's error. Does this list come up in a different error every time? Doesn't seem like it. Different order, I mean. Did I say error? Different order. Yeah, we went through packeteer. We didn't look at client very closely. I was going to toss on some unit tests real quick. Test module test. And let's just test like add remove. I don't know, like not sure yet. What are we going to test in here? Like client equals client info. Was this client info? It is. Oh, this should be renamed. Let's give that a save and a rename before we go do this. Okay, we'll push that. That goes on source HUD. Git status, git move source client to source client info.rs. Oh, use our little, okay. Close that. Client info, good, you exist. Lib. Client info. Okay. We have to give it an awaker. Now this is actually something that this could generate on its own. I mean, it's just holding one end of that. Let something equals... Oh, we only have a waker there. Put this in here, use... I don't remember. Is it awaken? Oh, wait. It wasn't awaken. We don't have that there. That's right. This is Legacy Awaken. Ah, much better. And when we create a new one of those, we get a tuple back, right? Yeah, a waker and a self. I think we're just going to ignore the awaken. Or do I have that backwards? Oh, double backwards. Okay. Good. Now we have one of these. Type annotations needed. We don't have an ID. We'll figure out its ID shortly. Info dot add client. Why do we have to add a client to a client info? Oh, we can only add channel. Add channel and remove channel. That's fine. So then I see, and this is just the ID for the channels. Okay. Let's give it some channel that we can add. 300. Add channel 300. Alright, so we should be able to do that. This, let's see, add channel. It ignores duplicates. So we should be able to do that twice and not have an error. And then should be able to get the channels from this. Remove channel, add channel. I see, channels has a size. Toss in some tests here. 2 is going to, so that's our expected. The actual is going to be client info. Channels.length. Oh, that should be 1. Remove channel 300. All right, we have that. It should now be 0. And then if we try to remove something that doesn't exist, we should also get an error. Matches. Now in this case, it's backward from how I usually prefer it. I usually do expected and then the actual. But the macro wants actual first, followed by what you expect. So client info dot remove channel 30 or 40 or 50, whatever it is, 500. Actually, this doesn't have any. Okay. This would have been unknown channel ID. Do we even need matches for that? Cargo test, cannot infer type. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, odd. Okay. Is it just because we removed that? Yes. I didn't update all the references. Should be able to unwrap that as part of our test. Good. Okay. Yay, 1 test passing. Awesome. Oh, let's use the macro, or the keybind. I don't know, I don't have a better, this is kind of like a test the whole thing. There isn't much going on there. We're not testing the awaker, add channel, remove channel, that's all of the API. All right, let's get a client info. We're not doing packeteer yet. We looked at error already. lib that you can see all of lib on the right there. Pusher and channel. Toss test on here. We've got a writer. We could toss. Use a cursor for that. And a receiver. And that's just going to go forever. Until, of course, we drop the send side of it. Okay. Then we should be able to get the writer back out. All right, let pusher. Gonna create one of these. We'll have a writer, and then also the receiver, RX, we'll call it. Use async channel in there. Okay, that should complain about not knowing its types. That's fine. Oh, no, it knows because pusher needs specific kinds. That's right. Now for our writer, let cursor. Where is that in standard? Standard IO cursor. Hey, SureShack55, good morning, and happy Friday. Oh, Future's Light has cursor? What is special about that? Let's see, it implements async read and write here. So why do they have their own cursor? Okay, so it's just a wrapper type so that they can implement their traits for it. Got it. Okay. Expected one argument, found 0. Oh, actually, it wants like a vector or something. That's right, that's right. All right, now we push all onto there. Let's go ahead and load up the TX side of things. TX.send. We'll. What are we sending? In this case, how about a 1, 2, 3? Ah, it wants an arcvect. Now, will a channel actually drop immediately, or will it let you finish taking data off of it until it's reached the end? I don't remember. Let's see. Async channel. So we have our async channel here. The receiver can become cloned when all receivers of the associated channel drops. Oh, I forgot about close. That's interesting. So that means that this is going to go forever, doesn't it? Oh, I need to await those. Ah, try send. Let's use try send. What happened is buffer is allocated. All right. So we have to try send. Because what I would like to be able to do is say drop it here. And then push everything. So because this is going to loop forever, right? And it's going to keep waiting for everything. Which means that we'll probably have to bring in and have this in some sort of a task. So yeah, we'll have to do basically the same thing as before. Either that or, let's see, does, so now or never. Once both RX and TX are dropped, memory is returned back to the OS. Dropping TX RX sooner means you cannot do TX does send out await or RX does send out await. Let's see. If it's empty or closed, this method returns an error. So we're actually using this one. So if the channel is empty, it waits. If it's closed, you get an error. I want to check on this. Let's take a peek at the source. Try receive. Okay. Basically, we're going to need to know that all of the data arrived at the cursor, and then we have to drop the TX side of it. Now, can we split the cursor into the TX and RX side? Or can we clone it? Do something else? Shared memory gated by atomic variables? I'm not certain, because, let's see, if we look up in here, this is async channel. It has a concurrent queue. That's coming from concurrent queue. Multi-producer, multi-consumer queue, two kinds of queue. Oh, interesting. I wonder if this would actually be better to use. Oh, this is neat. Interesting. And I love how the packages are like self-contained. It's a la carte. You just grab whatever you want, and it all just works. All right, because if we use concurrent queue in order to send information, that seems like it's maybe a better solution than the channel. What does the channel give us that this doesn't? Actually, the channel takes away the ability to get the remaining items. Let's look at the documentation. Can we signal that this is closed? I don't think we have to signal in our code base. We're signaling in a different way. All right, now in this case, concurrent queue, it has capacity, it also has a length. Okay, I wanted to see this because eventually I want to see that I want to have some sort of limit on how big the buffer can be for a receiver. So if the receiver gets so far behind that it's causing issues, we should drop it. I don't want to have a ton of memory just sitting there waiting for a slow reader. That's pretty cool. I think we're going to change to concurrent queue here. Yeah, I guess back pressure on the client side, yeah. Yeah, sadly, we want back pressure when people are sending us data, but we don't want back pressure when they are not consuming stuff. So in terms of like having a game server, if somebody cannot read data fast enough, we're going to drop them, sadly. Because the game server just doesn't have, it's not made to hold huge amounts of data in memory just so that you can eventually catch up. All right, we're gonna say, you know what? I've got a new Mac clip there. Let's toss a to-do on there. Yeah, Bounded would let me do that. I don't know if I want to do that on the send side or the receive side. I've been leaning towards having this task do it, so it kind of monitors itself. Once it goes to read again, like, oh, how much data do I have? So as it's reading, it determines whether or not it's going to quit. Because yeah, I'm thinking it might be cleaner to just have a connection aboard itself. Because we lose the ability to report back. However, we're not reporting back if it's during a broadcast. So if we're broadcasting messages, either to everything or to a specific channel, we don't report errors that the channel had some problem. But if we do drop this half of the connection, hopefully the other half goes away as well. Yeah, I was thinking about that too, having some sort of error sync that it can just get dropped into. But I think I'm going to hold off on that until I actually need it in the game server. Yeah, I think we're going to piecemeal this together, and that's definitely going to be one of the pieces that comes in later. All right, so in this case, let's go back to, hold on, exit out of there, get its status, hit add source. Just want to see, okay. If it's hard error, kill the task, yeah. I would rather have somebody out of the game than to have a bad experience in the game. So if somebody's on, like some sort of really slow connection, I would love it if this could work on like a 56K modem, right? That's why we're trying to collapse all this stuff. I would also like to get to the point where we're doing right vectored here, so we can pull a bunch of stuff out of there right at once. Just kill it a task. I see, yeah. I was also toying with the idea to reduce packets also. When we go to push everything, we pull everything off of the channel into some buffer that we're going to use for write all, or for write vectored. But inspect the packets and see if there are updates that can be omitted. All right, let's say if packet A, which is maybe a destination packet, right? And somebody's clicking around and they keep sending new destination packets. And the B packets are needed. Maybe you have to have every single B packet. Maybe that's like damage done or something. But in the end, really, you just need their last A packet. So I think if we could trim out the extra A's just before sending, that would actually save some data as well. Send as much as we can, but no more than we have to. Oh, for different user experience tests? Or PF? Slow queue would do something like that. I see. Only get the important packets. All right, so where are we using channel? Here. Okay. If they can't read a very important packet, they cannot continue. That's when you kill them. Draw. Yeah. No, I don't think we should be doing fancy stuff in too many cases. No, I don't think it's going to be time-based stuff like that. All right. Now in this case, we're going to get rid of async channel. Because now we're going to use concurrent queue. Gotta turn something on. Be right back. All right, and we're back. So in this case, we've got concurrent queued structs. They have oh, interesting. Creates a new bounded queue or unbounded. What do? We just toss an arc around it and pass it around, huh? I see there's no like sender or receiver, you just say close when you're done with it. Oh, interesting. And you can pop stuff off. Ah, but this is what we would lose, is that this isn't async, is it? Channels are async, queues aren't. Ooh, that's a tough one. Yeah, I was thinking that it would be nice to be able to get that last little bit of data off of it. All right, we'll leave it like that. Oh, where's the coffee gone? Ah, there it is. Multiple riders can push and pop will be ordered in the order the push is done. Nice. $57 on there, channels. Ah, yes, that's gone. We no longer return that. Good. All right, let's pull in async executor or small or whatever. Actually, what? Oh, we don't have any dev dependencies for this. Back when there was just small, it was easy. You would say, "Oh, I want small." Right? But now you have these different layers, and like, oh, well, do you want async executor or multitask or which layer do you want? Like, well, I don't want all the I/O stuff. I already have a bunch of it here, so maybe just async executor. Although small is nice because you just say, hey, run this, and then it starts up, which is really, really nice. I think I might just do that for tests. Arc Go, that's a new one. It's just so convenient to be able to say that. I mean, if there was a small test, I could do like a small test like that. I'd do that. All right, now we have a couple different things. We've got a cursor, we've got these pieces here. Spawn a task here, async move blah. I want to try to mimic how this is going to be used. So somebody out there is going to be sending stuff. This thing right here. Do that again, 3DD. Toss that on there too. That's going to be going too. Nope. And then eventually, we'll have some sort of socket out there doing some reading. An opt-in single-threaded runtime. Oh, simple single-threaded runtime. That would be neat. Wait. Does it not have that? Oh, I see. Yeah. That would be nice. That would solve a lot of problems. Well, it would be simple enough. Yeah. Yeah, that would be nice. Run on the current thread, start up, just do its thing. And this is the part where you say, oh, you know what? It's actually this crate over here that does that. That would be nice. All right. So in this case, oh, fingers in the right spot, please. Waiting and pushing them out. Yeah. Oh, we have to await that. Now, in this case, we are going to be reading the data off of that. So this cursor, is there a split in Futures Lite? I mean, they've got async, right? Re-exports, async read, async write. No split. Oh. Async buff read ext split method. What is this? Ah. Oh, I see. Drat. I was all hopeful. Like, oh, maybe this one. All right. So maybe async IO and just wrapping it. Now, did this not have? I thought small would sometimes re-export that. Did I actually add something weird? What's she doing? She's playing some game. Alright, so there's that. That's the wrong type. There we go. Take that, push that in there. Alright, to borrow that like that. Now over here we should be able to then read from that. Totally not a spam bot. Hello. Cursor.next. Now what are we going to try to remove or get from here? Can I just say 10 there? Alright. Oh, what's this? Features like cursor. Async arc, it's from, sorry, I renamed it. Async dupe provides some wrappers. So it provides this arc, which you can then use to wrap streams, basically anything that's async read, async write, etc. And it provides those interfaces on the arc for the inner type. What game am I programming for? This is for Legacy. Don't understand what's the benefit of spamming followers. Oh, that's strange. What? All right. So with this test, should be able to then go and get the next one. And if we just keep reading off of there, eventually we'll get to one that we can signal on. Maybe it's going to be 10. We shouldn't need all of those U8s on there. But this push all here, why is that having an issue? Cargo test. Lifetime A cursor is not satisfied. Need an async dupe mutex. Something you've spent a lot of time questioning. Oh. It's the way they implement traits for Arc. I see. Yeah, Lagmeister 4000. What's your Vim question? Cool, thank you. Z is the only key you need for Vim. Press it twice. Alright, so we have this arc. Toss mutex on there. Okay, async mutex on there. Push all. Now we have our cursor. It's wrapped around a vector of U8s with mutex, async arc. We have our pusher. The pusher here, we're actually cloning that. And now here it's still having... Async write is not implemented for async mutex. I thought async mutex had that. Was it, oh, it's out of async dupe mutex. My mistake. There we go. They have a big table of what implements what. Oh, where is that table? Alright, and... Oh, I see. Very basic. Trying to learn Vim. It's about moving up a line with K. Right, so like in this case here, where you move up and down. Alright. And the white space before the line is 4 spaces shorter. We'll go 2 characters to the left for some reason. You can't really find a consistent way of... Are you using tabs and spaces? Do you have a consistent white space characters? Oh, top of each one. Oh, I see. Spaces only? Yeah, it's hard to imagine actually what's going on in that case. And the white space before the line is 4 spaces shorter. I mean, it could be that you're at the end of the line. See how my cursor at the end of the line will follow the ends of the lines. So it could be that you're just following the ends of the lines. However, if you start inside of a line and then move up and down, it'll consistently be at that point in the line. So sometimes it's whether or not you're moving up and down while at the end of lines versus in the middle of lines. It tries to remember that. Oh, it's in the line. Yeah, I don't know. That sounds strange to me. As you can see, like if I had a whole bunch of spaces here, and then just moved up and down, it wouldn't bounce to the left. But if I don't have spaces there, it goes to the left. So depending on the amount of white space that you do have there, if I got rid of some of this white space and then move to the right, it would jump to the left. But then I trim all the dead white space when I'm done. Oh, I see. Oh, that is strange. Sorry for... I'm guessing your the beginning of the line there is actually a tab and not white space. You probably have something on the very left there before right isn't for characters. Something's going on there. All right. All right, now for this one, cursor next. We're going to just await in this until a specific point in time. And once that hits, then we will drop TX. Let's go ahead and print this out for a moment. Oh, you know what? Let's just debug it. There's not reachable, it's fine. This here, async dupe, cursor. Is there no stream on that? So I didn't bother to look. Features like cursor, standard back UI. All right, we just want to be able to read from this. Read with pair incoming. What's incoming? Oh, impulse of stream. Oh, that's for TCP stuff. IO handle is registered in the reactor. Okay. Man, I was looking for this the other day. I mean, really, I don't care about most of this. Can I just check the length? Okay, then we're gonna get a lot of speed there. That's fine. Just want to see it kind of increase. This is so silly. Alright, break there. Drop TX. Alright, so we can try send stuff to this TX. We can actually push stuff. So the pusher is fine with this. And why can't we read from it? Well, hold on, let's try that. Async read ext. We give it a buffer and we read from it. Okay. What about take? No, we don't want to do that. Converts this async read into a stream of bytes. Oh, interesting. Sure. It's indeed a tab. I'm guessing it sees it as 2. It really depends. I end up setting up my Vim files so that I use spaces everywhere. Wherever it is. Expand tab here. So yeah, depending on the language you're using. Also, if you want to reference those, all right, there we go. Some byte, okay byte, some okay bytes. Where was TX actually moved? Here. All right, so that might actually work. Cargo test. 2 tests fast. Now, did it actually await all of this? I have a feeling that it didn't do this piece correctly. That it just ran through and didn't actually test it. Yeah, it's not actually hitting that. All right, let's move this down to the bottom. Yay, okay, so we hit the panic. Good. One more try. Perfect. Oh, you still got any of them. So if you already had a tab in that space, it's not going to convert it for you. But yeah, if you look up how to convert, I don't remember this off the top of my head because I always work in spaces. Yeah, I think all the projects I actually work on are spaces based too. You should be able to like expand tab or I don't remember it, but there's a way to convert the tabs to spaces if they're already tabs. All right, so this one looks good. We're gonna leave that fix me there. So we have our pusher tested, we have our client info tested. We do not have channels tested. I don't know how much I actually want to do with this today. I think I might stop on that for now. Save that on there. That's on channels and then also packeteer. Do I use spaces in Godot? I've not been using GD script in a while. But when I write Godot script, I was actually using the Godot editor. But I found it difficult to go back and forth between the GD script and Rust, so I just switched over to using Rust. Cargo plus nightly UDEPs, plural. Do we have any unused dependencies? Probably not in the main one. Maybe. All seem to be used. All right. Yeah, that's working pretty well. Git commit-m. All right, now Is this? Yeah, back to Legacy here. Oh, that's not there anymore. And which crate did want that? Stream multiplexer? Oh, that was so weird. Okay. Now back over in Stream Multiplexer land. Legacy Awaken. Update that. Getting rid of runtime. Sort that. Alright. Stream item and item kind. Do those not exist anymore? Here's item kind and stream item. Ah, let's fix these. Legacy Awaken. Alright, now we just have our integration test to fix. No. Get status. Too much in there. D-Trace on Windows is becoming a real thing? No way. Oh, nice. All right. Now the integration tests. Is this the only place that spawner is used? Probably. YSIW, right bracket, arc. No on that. No arc. Import it. Thank you. Luckily, these things aren't used in more than one place. Alright, now clones. We even need to test that. Ah, that's our dock tests. Yeah, each one of those passes. What about this clones one? This is when we clone the multiplexer. We actually want to do two things to it. Ah, but we're not cloning multiplexer anymore. Multiplexers shouldn't be clonable, should it? Multiplexing readers. Oh, documentation, sure. Okay, so that's done, except for the documentation bits. If I'm using arc dupe internally, I'll run into a weird lifetime constraint. Oh, interesting. I don't think I am I? I don't remember. No, I don't think I am. Just save some time. Let's see. So what did it do? Oh wow. So this is for all lifetimes of C output because it'd be borrowed, and those are async read write. Wow. Mm-hmm. I don't think we have that. Interesting. All right, try again. Then I think I want to use multiplexer, but a specific one. Who's actually using multiplexer though in this workspace? Krago. Cargo.toml. Check that. It's only the stream utils. Okay, perfect. Actually, how do we do... Can I just say dev here? I don't remember. There's a branch, isn't there? There we go. Hey, look at that. Perfect. All right, so while it does that, let's refresh. This is a game server. So multiplexer is this big pink colored area. It's the multiplexer. Whoa. And the blue area is the packeteer thing. Okay, and that's for sending data out. And then you have Game Master, which I will start to decorate in green, and this is kind of the game server. So it really comes in 3 portions, and this is a very, very simple version of this. Apologies to red-green color blindness. So those are the 3 different pieces. All right, let's clean that up. There we go. And so we've been working a lot on kind of that pink color and the blue color multiplexer and the little pub sub thing. Now, there's still room for improvement probably in both of those, but I really want to work on the GM side of things and get some benchmarking done for the whole system. So, yeah, eventually I'll come up with a better diagram than that, but that's pretty much what it is. Back over here. Yeah, that's my daughter. She's playing on a Raspberry Pi at the moment. Thinking of trying to buy one. Yeah, those Ryzens. Man, I would love to get one, but I keep telling myself, the current stuff is working. But like what is it, 3950X? So you probably don't care for the TX, as probably don't need to overclock these things. $700 plus the cooling, plus the board. Because of course I'm not gonna have a board like that. 16 core. Oh. But yeah, just being able to get onto one of those boards and be able to like get some, what is it, NVMe with a terabyte of storage. Toss a couple of them on there, some RAID setup, really high I/O. But yeah, not doing that anytime soon. Because this old hardware is still cranking along. Yeah, 16 core, 32 threads. Was it Linus went with the 32 core? Or was it the 64 core? They don't do a 64, do they? Maybe they do. You upgraded to a Ryzen to make your Rust build faster? Which one did you go with? Oh, 700 there. All right. I'll have to come back and clean that up a little bit. Coming back here though. Let's say, yeah, we left some breadcrumbs here. We got TCP stuff. 3700. some really nice stuff out there. I hardly ever update. Yeah, socket change is very annoying. Man, I still have some machines from 15 years ago. still cranking. All right. Create account, yada yada. Where's TCP server? We should look at this. Because multiplexer no longer sends stuff out, right? Because it no longer sends things out, we probably need to start pulling in Packeteer. Oh, it cut your build times down 30%. Yeah, underclock too. Nice. No, it just means that it's not overclocked. Yeah. X is unlocked, and that TX means it's bumped by like 100 megahertz. All right. All right. Now in this case, channel ID. Oh goodness. Let's go back to the beginning because we split those pieces out. We're gonna go back to server main. All right. Now I already did a little bit of this where we have a multiplexer per channel here. We used to have one that actually served all three. And which multiplexer are we going to give it here? Because this doesn't make sense. This one's actually going to be the auth one. Okay. Packeteer is going to be legacy. That's going to be something like that. And then we'll start to toss the right halves into those. And we'll have to do that with... Ooh, we need some sort of identifier for this, don't we? Now, I had been thinking that we were going to have UUID associated with these, but we don't because they haven't authenticated yet. And I don't think we actually want to change their ID. All right. So how are we going to do that one? Huh. X cores usually are a bit higher than non-X cores. All right, give me just one moment. All right, and we're back. So in this case, we're going to need some sort of packeteer. I was hoping, yeah, with that ID thing, that's going to be interesting. So we might need some way of actually generating IDs. Hold on a sec. All right. Because we're not going to have these IDs, then I don't like that much. See, maybe we have two of these. One for authenticated, the other for authenticated. And then once they become authenticated, we take them out of this and put them in here. All right. Well, I like this better, but we still need some sort of identifier for this set here. Oh, interesting. They're created the same, just binned lower. Oh. Oh, that's great. I didn't know that. Remember when the cell CPUs for the PlayStation came out, and they had basically 8 cores on there, but the failure rate was so high that they only enabled 7 because it was almost guaranteed that one would be out on the set. I'm getting a little cold. I'm gonna put on my sweater. Hold on a sec. All right. All right, so we could do this way. We need some sort of identifier though. And how are we going to wire that up? Toss legacy packeteer on there. You want to move there for the summer? We actually get hotter than normal for the summer. All right, so let's toss a git on there. Where is this thing? It's on source out. It should be in here. Legacy packeteer. Copy the read-only one. Copy the link location. Toss that on there. Okay. Unable to find that. Didn't I just copy and pasted read only. Copy. Ito, how's it going? Oh, I have dev up? Oh, really? Oh, I see. Oh, okay. Well, let's just toss that on master then. Oh, fancy. It doesn't actually have a master. I forgot that. Give it a check again. There we go. Middle column and front page. Let's see that again. Interesting that it didn't actually change. Here we still have, you can browse at that ref. Tree. All right, let's keep going. Yeah, I think that I didn't bother to push a master. Like it started out, I had a master and just never pushed it. So I'll fix that later. Um, yeah, now Origin Master exists. Origin Dev. They're both the same thing at the moment. That's fine. All right, so now getting into this. We have multiplexer for each one of those. We have TCP server new, and then we have two of these elements. Now, when we get somebody and they get added, we need some sort of identifier. So this TCP server, this guy here, default channel, nope, you actually get a multiplexer. It's an auth multiplexer. And we're no longer adding the stream pair. So we'll do an add stream, and the stream wants an ID, and then it also wants the stream. We don't have an ID for these. So we need some system to be able to say, hey, you add this to both of these. And I mean, we could use something, we could use an instance, right? Instances can be used as IDs here. They are not always incrementing. Like theoretically, it should be possible to get the same instance in two different places. They just can't go down. They don't decrement. I think the guarantee was that it's never below the previous one. It doesn't say that it's not equal to the previous one. I mean, we could do instance plus some incrementer. Or we just have some ID that we increment. And that would be fine too. Although there is something nice about having an instant. It will never go backwards. Okay. Now it has equal, it has hash, it has order, everything that we need in order to make it an identifier. All right. Yeah, highly doubt it'll generate the same instant. I agree with that. There's that one little, like, it doesn't guarantee that you're not going to get the same one. Just, it'll never go backwards. It's too bad we didn't keep our ID gen around. I mean, that's pretty much the same thing. All right. Well, sorry, another little interruption. Hopefully that's done now. Let's create an ID thing. Cargo, new legacy ID. Let's create a lib, CD source. Get ignore, cargo, source. Okay. Oh, that's public. There we go. All right, now in this case, we're gonna have some sort of ID, struct ID, yada yada. I like the idea of using an instant because then we don't have wraparound issues, but it would take up a lot more space. There's something nice about that. Um, Obstruct blah. Now we're gonna need some way to actually increment those, so we could get, let's say, the next instant. No, I'm not thinking about this the right way. It would be nice to be able to have something that's sent out that way. Maybe we could call next off of it or something like that. Oh, Domus. Oh, that's cool. All right. If we just have some public function, pub function next. If we go this route, we have to make it shareable. You have to guard it. It's either that or we toss this on top of those. Some sort of ID provider, ID generator. Then it would have something internal to it. That would have an ID. Okay, we'll do that. Okay, our IDs are going to be opaque. It's not going to be obvious what's inside of them. Give us the ability to change them later if we want. Copy, clone, partial equal, debug. Toss hash on there. What else? Partial ord. Horrifying. Why doesn't this returns an ID? There's a to do there. Oh, my mistake. That should be in an impl. There we go. Let's create a new for one of these. All right, so that'll produce new ones. Now we want these things to be incrementing. In theory, that should always be the case due to this instant. Now the offset, we should compare to see if it's equal to the last one that we produced, and if so, increment that offset, and just keep going. All right. ID is going to be equal to that. Self.id or instant. All right. Let's see, what else are we going to need there? I think that's it. We have an ID generator. We can produce a next one. It's mutable self, etc. Something really simple. Actually, it's more complicated than simple. arguably it would just be some number that's always incrementing. But if this thing can, who knows, run for a really, really long time, it'd be fine. I think with this ID here, that means that it should never fail. You shouldn't ever be able to overflow one of these. All right. Let's use that here. Instant plus generation. Oh, I should change it to gen. I don't know. Want to use a UUID? It would take more to generate. I don't know. UUIDs aren't guaranteed to be unique. If you're generating them at random, you might actually get two of the same, one right after the next, unless of course you have a collection that you're storing them into. I think this way is cheaper than hashing them and seeing if you've already issued it. I think instant generation is actually what they use inside of, was it Redis? They use this for their stream ID, like their stream implementation. They use basically now plus offset or generation. That is large. I was wondering about this because the instant is, what, 16 bytes? And then here, like, what would I actually want to choose here? I know it's not smaller. But I'm wondering what would be just more efficient. Is U64 going to be more efficient? Like if we get that to 20 bytes total? I don't know. It seems like, you know what? Just let the compiler do its thing. I mean, a U16, quite frankly, a U8 would be fine here. Right? What are the odds that something would actually hit 256 times within that time slot? I don't think that's possible, unless of course you actually hit a time shift and time goes backwards. I think that's the most likely case, where you hit a situation where time stops incrementing for whatever reason for a slightly larger period of time. Leap second, right? Like you have to do a clock adjustment. Then it's going to be possible. The monotonic, they don't use system time. CPU counters for the most part. I see. That's good. Yeah, I was reading all their documentation, and the piece that always guaranteed to be no less than the previous measured instant. Moving up into space. Well, we want this code to be solid, right? You never know what's going if your code's going to be used for that spaceship going through the black hole or something. Well, it's monotonic, but it doesn't say that it's guaranteed to be more than the previous one. It's guaranteed to be no less than any previous measured instant. So because of that, no less, doesn't say anything about equality here. It's just not less than. And I understand on some systems it might always be incrementing, but in that rare case, like we could use a U32 or whatever, right? Get that total of 20 bytes. What would actually be required to do that? You would have to have all your, like if I wanted to See, 4 bytes is fine for me here. I mean, given padding and whatever, I really don't think this is going to matter much. 2 cores scheduled, and you know, if we get those systems that have like those 1,000 cores, then this might be an issue. So I'm thinking that at least U32s, because we want to be future-proof. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to leave it at 32 because I don't want to bike shed on the offset size too long. Oh, where's the coffee? All right, last change, but this is it. All right, too much time already. I mean, but what if there are that many cores? Never mind. Never mind. Okay, that I think we're done with this. Just sanity checks here. No, it's not necessary. It was just for consistency. All right. That we're spending too much time on that. All right. Down there. ID gen. We have an ID gen. ID gen dot next. Let ID1 equals that. Oh, let's spell next correctly. ID2. Sanity checks. Assert not equal ID1, ID2. Okay. And then let's make sure that we can hash these things. How do you actually call hash? What is standard hash? Oh, and you need state. I see. We do deal with hasher. I'm thinking it just needs to be just a little sanity thing to say, oh yes, this is needed on there. We want these things to be hashable in order. Anything else that we need in there? Because we sort them in vectors. So we use sort on it, and I think that we need partial ord for that. Do we need equal on here? Or is partial EQ okay for that? Oh, that's strange. So it uses ord. Okay. Is there any benefit to having partial equal on there and partial ord if ord is there? Or are those required? Don't remember. If I remove this, I think the other one complains. Yes, okay. So you need partial ord for ord. Get a little test. Yay, it works. Status, get add source lib, get. Oh, you get structural equality too. Oh, nice. All right, there's that. Legacy ID, read only. Go back to one here. So we're gonna need, let's see, auth is gonna need to have some sort of ID generator for this. And we're gonna have to pair the two up. Yeah, we'll see if something else falls out of this. So this ad stream, we're going to need some sort of ID generator. The only time we need this is for authentication. So I'm wondering, do we just leave this in there? Because the ID will be obvious when something comes in. Okay. I wonder if there's something else that we'll need to do. If the right side of one of these sockets drops, does the read side close? All right. Not that. Cargo add one of these. Give that a cargo check and make sure it works. Okay. I'll sip of coffee. It's cold now. Oh, that was the last coffee. Back to water. Okay. Now in this case, we're going to need some sort of ID generator. Async run on this. This just gets run and it's forgotten. Create a new ID gen for that. Now when a new one of these comes in, we will create a new ID. Let ID equals. Give us the next ID. Now we should be able to add this. It's going to need a stream ID. We're going to give it the ID here. Let's go ahead and call it stream ID. All right. Channel's gone, because that's that multiplexer now. The other thing we have to do is we have to add this to the outgoing set of things. Now, unfortunately, we're going to have two packeteers. One for the unauthenticated and one for authenticated because the ID types are different. And that's fine. Okay. All right, we want that one in TCP server. TCP codec should be in the top bit. Okay, these are part of the workspace. These down here or elsewhere. Okay, back to TCP server. Should have packeteer now. Needs to know what type it wants. ID and W. It wants to know what sort of async writers we have. I don't know. I know what sort of IDs we're going to have. That's going to be ID, technically. We'll just pull that in from this. Yeah, we're doing the split on this. The last reference to the arc drops, the stream will drop. Oh, perfect. Oh, last to the arc, which means that... Okay. Duty on the file descriptor? Okay. I see. So we might end up with a, I guess, what looks like to us as being a half-open state. Okay, not sure on that type yet. Okay. ID gen next, we get this out of it. Dot next. No more sync. There we go. Oh. It wants stream ID followed by the stream. Expected struct bytes found ID. I'm not seeing that there. Stream ID, stream. It's ID. Hash equal clone, yada yada. Odd. Bylocks with only 200, so no arc needed. So on both sides are gone, it'll close. I see. Oh, I see. The other side should get an error on the next IO up. Okay. We can live with that. I don't think it knows here. I mean, this should be fine. Why does it even care about bytes at that point? I think COC is just it's having a hard time. Or go check. Oh no, still. Alright. Expected bytes, found ID. Multiplexer to add stream. I don't see bytes anywhere. The stream itself probably has a reference to bytes. But I don't see why that would be important to this. Unless, of course, it's using some older version of... did I update the repo? Alright. If we do a cargo update at the workspace level, it seems like it's doing it in multiple places. Alright, I think that's wrong. Cargo check. Everything's updated. Yeah, now we have all these other issues. What about for server? Character, character, character. Oh, where's... I missed the server one. TCP server here. Yeah, still there. Oh, that's so strange. It's tempting you to try NeoVim again. If you're up for it, go for it. I like NeoVim. Actually, I'm using a nightly version. I can't wait till they come out and have their first class language server support. Although COC is going to be hard to get parity with. They're behind on that already. Okay. Wasn't expecting this error. I'm going to say stream ID is one of these. Returning an ID, it's not bytes. Found ID, expected struct bytes, found ID. It's in stream utils, isn't it? How many places do I actually reference stream multiplexer? I think only in here. And it would be so weird for this one place to be the issue. I mean, this is very specific to the stream utils. This should work, no problem. Okay. TCP server. Give that a check. Huh. Thank you, Mizzy. Let's try that. Cargo free dash I. Auth character. Okay. It's like legacy. Stream util. It's only stream util. It's on branch dev. Okay, so if they're all using the same version, and this is hopefully the same hash there, So then why would this ID have anything to do with bytes? Do we have some sort of constraint on this where this ID must be constrained to something else somehow? ID hash equal clone static. Oh. Is it backwards? Did I reorder these things? Is the order incorrect somewhere? Multiplexer. Okay, here's where we create the little alias. We have stream followed by ID. Now this... Oh. There's a problem. Okay. Why do we have bytes there? That was probably... Oh, because it used to be the sync type. That's right. Now we have... Okay, so stream utils needs that too. TCP server, cargo. I'm going to copy legacy ID to that. Stream utils, cargo. Sort. Americans don't use day, month, year. Yes. Okay. So if we have that, now we can toss that ID on here. ID, where ID is going to come from. All right, so now we go back to TCP server. Good. And here, okay, now the error, much better. Make that mutable, and it's good. Okay. This sync is actually going to go away, because we're going to be writing bytes to these instead. So we have the packet here. I'm going to add a stream to that. Now the stream needs a stream ID, I believe, followed by the writer. And I think we just want this writer here. Create register client. Oh my goodness. I don't think I like register client. Because I think that it's out of whack with like remove. Because we have remove client, we have register client. All right, so we'll register the client. Should get some sort of error result back. That, oh, expected type. Why does it expect unit? Oh, because that's what we said up top. That's right. Thank you, Russ, for telling me what this type was. Let's go take that. Oh, it's going to be one of these. Oops. I deleted when I should have pasted. All right, something like that. Okay. Do we not have futures util here? Is it futures? There we go. All right. Now in this case we have packeteer, doesn't need to be mutable. That's right. Because it's like that. And we have a result type. Now the only way that we're going to get an error here is if that client is already known, which shouldn't be possible because of the way that we're creating these IDs. Let's see. Yeah, it's going to be here that we would bail, and that's it. Oh, fine. Map error. I'm going to do the same thing here. Now this multiplex error isn't quite right. Oh, you know what? This should be legacy packet here error. Fine. You know, if that shouldn't happen, why don't we just expect it? There. Now we only have a framed read. That's kind of nice. All right, so going back to server main. That also means we're going to need to pass in this unauth packet here into the auth section so that I can continue to send out over there. And then once something actually, oh, we'll have to provide both of them because as soon as it becomes authenticated, it needs to move. We'll take it out of the one and put it in the other. Yes. Okay. And from then on, we should be able to address it by the UUID in the database. That should be okay. Now, it feels like we're going to need to start passing a lot more of this through. I hadn't been doing before. Maybe we should just pull this run up. Is it actually doing anything helpful? Not really. Except some of these other functions aren't public. And I wonder if we should have a collection of actual packeteers. No, just the two is fine for that. But we might want a collection of multiplexers. Because I'm expecting this one to get broken up now. Eventually, this game multiplexer, I want either per island or per section of island. Probably per island is going to be good enough. All right. All right. I need to take a short break. It's not going to be 10 minutes. So we're going to do like maybe 5 or so. All right. Be back in 5. All right, and we're back. Yeah, it does seem like we're gonna have to send all of those. I don't like that. What do I actually use for testing? Does integration use server main or does it actually use lib? Setup server. Let's take a look. Yeah, I call the run function. Interesting. Maybe we shouldn't be passing those in. Maybe those should get created later. Because the only one we really need. Well, that and TCP server. TCP server still needs those. Hmm. All right. They're being funny back there. So yeah, unauth packets. Because if we did have a way to be able to say, hey, you're going into this other thing, that'd be fine. What do you think about that? Can we move them? Big question, can we move them? Because if we set up that packet tier, really we need to be able to move, I guess not the packet tier, but the multiplexers. We don't yet have a system to be able to move between multiplexers. And maybe that's just a lacking in the design currently, which would be expected. So server here, it really just needs to know that it got something and that it should send some sort of message so that something can go inside of this multiplexer and the unauth packet tier. So maybe a system of channels, and we just wire them up that way. It might work. So if we did that, what would that look like with TCP server? We'll give it a channel, and then we just bundle these things up, toss them into a channel, and then the auth system would add them to the multiplexer and packet tier that it had. Maybe. Well, that's not that bad. And then when auth was done with it, it would eject them from that pair and send them on to the next. So then we have one channel coming in, one channel going out, and it just kind of strings them along. That would be okay. And then the last one, where we were planning on breaking it up into pieces anyways, that should be okay too. Although I expect once we get past auth that they would all be within the same packet tier. All right, let's just try to use some channels here. Instead of passing in these two, we're going to pass in a channel that sends these these bits of information to that channel, and then the auth loop will enqueue them and do stuff with them. That also means that we can take this ID gen bit out and give that to auth. But I don't really want auth wrapping it up. I mostly want these things fairly opaque to auth. It just needs to know that it goes between them. Let's see, does this mean that there's room for some other crate to be able to manage this on top of these? Channels is probably the best way of doing this. Otherwise, this is going to start looking like multiplex Revolt. Yeah. Okay, let's just try it with channels, and if it becomes clear that we could build some other crate out of it, we will. Yeah, because I want the multiplexer at least owned by that loop. Not this loop here, but you know, the auth loop or character selection loop, etc. Packeteer, it's constrained mainly by the type of IDs. Okay. Yeah, we don't want to have to do a DB lookup or some sort of hash map lookup in order to be able to send. Okay, let's do that. We'll take that out. We're going to take this over to auth. Auth lib. I'm going to have this over here somewhere. Here's process. Maybe it should be over here somewhere. Maybe inside of... Probably inside of process. Or inside of server run auth. Server lib. Yeah, like over here somewhere. And this could be in its own task too, if we wanted. So right now we're going to have packets coming in. So we're awaiting the data from the multiplexer. So maybe a race, either new connections or stuff coming off of the multiplexer. Yeah. All right. We're going to go ahead and remove these from here. It's not going to need anything about those two elements. Over server lib is. Okay, we already have packeteer there. It's going to need to know about that. Dev dependencies. Okay, that's fine. So going back up to the top, we're not going to create these multiplexes up here. And we're not going to create packeteers up here. We are going to give it a channel that I can provide new connections via. So new connection TX, new connection RX. some unbounded channel, and we will give the TX side to the TCP server. Once that has it, why can't it find that here? Oh, because the types don't match. The goats are getting so used to me, like, he's yelling again. I'll turn around. All right. Yeah, that's sorted, etc. Metric center. We don't even need metric center in here, do we? Oh, we do for that. Good, good, good. We'll keep that in there. So new connections. Give that a trisend. Trisend's going to take, I guess, we could pass these. No, I'm just going to toss a tuple in there for now. TXRX, we're going to go writer stream, just for consistency's sake. So that's going to be a sender of what? It's going to be a tuple. All right, that's out of there. We'll keep sender here. Looks like an L. It does, doesn't it? Oh, it put the space in there. I like the L. Unresolved import. Yeah, that goes away. Oh, does this not have async channel? Hmm. Oh, wow. That's surprising. All right, do we still need to write half? We don't. And stream utils, I think, goes away. Okay. Oh, one more. Let's clean that up. Good. It's my cheating way to figure out what those types are. Oh, you're going to learn the Rust Actix framework for Rust. Any advice? Actix Web? I think mostly it's just kind of stick with it. Right? Find a place where you can ask questions. Right? If they have a Discord, use it. Oops, I deleted when I shouldn't have deleted. Oh, come on. Paste. There we go. Yeah, I used to use Actix a while back. Read the docs. It's probably gotten a lot better. 2 box trays there. Otherwise, it's going to propagate, isn't it? Yeah, Glitter, Reddit, no Discord. Yeah, anywhere you can get ask questions, right? Yeah, this isn't the hot path either. No, other than the obvious box there, is there any downside to that? Because it's going to have to be owned anyway, so it's going to move. It'll only be a trait. Oh, you can't call non-trait methods? Which is fine. Because mostly what we're going to be doing is just... It's going to be operating on the other pieces anyways. Only one trait. As long as it's a trait that either multiplexer or packeteer wants, I don't think it matters. Interesting. I think this is like the first time I'm really using box. Donnie, look at that. I can't even spell it right. Yeah, and here we should probably look into multiplexer and see what it wants. Yeah, downstream. Oh, interesting. And now this needs its type. So you can do immutable. Oh, okay. Oh, nice. Yeah, I don't think we need these to be clonable. All right. Stream now. Stream here comes from Futures Lite. Well, let's face it, we're using Futures here in the game server. Oh, I see. You can do the marker auto trades. They don't add methods. I see. Oh, we did see that it needed... What was it that needed to be cloned? Alright, not that. Yeah, it doesn't need to be cloned. Okay, nice. Oh, it needs an item type. Not sure what this item type is going to be. I think it was listed elsewhere. In stream utils, maybe? Yeah, having a hard time reading the ID type out of there. Or the item type. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Alright, there we go. That, and we don't need that. Oh, look at that. Oh, clever. There we go. Found this. I did it again. I hit delete. Didn't mean to do that. Blind spots, TCP codec error. Ah, interesting. So we have to mark those as send. Now, which one is it talking about specifically here? You just go stream, item. So really the stream one here. Expected trade, found that. What? But it told me to put that. Got the bracket wrong. Sometimes you need explicit deref. I see. Alright, of course, send and then static on that. The trace is async right. Wow, look at that. Okay. So that's going to send that, and then we'll have to receive that somewhere else. It feels like this should be captured somewhere. Like stream util, we could have a new stream pair. Something like that. Okay. Inbox makes it static. And of course you can use dynamic trace with generics. Let's take a look. Oh, neat. No, in this case, the may be sized. Let's see, we talked about this a while back, and I'm trying to remember exactly what this did. Now this caused it so that you couldn't pass ownership in. The trait objects have to be sized. And what's the difference between a sized type and an unsized type? I mean, it sounds obvious, right? Like a sized type is something that actually has a fixed size, and an unsized one is one that might have a different size depending on. Because T could be unsized, you have to use anti or some indirection. I see. It's a size known at compile time. Where dynamically, this one where runtime determines the size. Okay. A dynamically sized type is one where runtime determines the size. A dyne trait is unsized. Because the reference gives it a size of 1, I see. And the and from print. So here we have a boxed debug. Oh, there's no plus there. Okay. Expected reference, found struct, box. Take that off. I see. But it's possible to have unsized types. Hmm. I see, and this means that print would continue to work for things that are sized or unsized if we go back to having the question mark sized. Because of that, it requires the borrow to give us access. Okay. Let's see. So server run looks like it's set up. Let's go back to server main. Create that. We have new connection TX. Need to pass that in. So legacy run. Actually, we should be using server run. Oh, that's right. This is called legacy, isn't it? Server cargo. That's called legacy. Okay. Now, what if T was just a dying debug? Question mark. Maybe sized. Says it might be unsized. Because of that, it requires borrow to give it a size. Which basically means the args stack can't know the size. So borrow tells it the size of the argument and how much stack space to allocate is one use size. Basically a pointer. Unsized type could be larger than the stack. Nice. That's pretty cool. All right. So this here, we have to give this run the new connection RX. Multiplexer, we don't have a multiplexer to pass in anymore. It's either that or we move. No. The connection stuff has to be outside because of TCP bits. And we want to be able to do this without having to simulate the TCP bits. Which is larger than one pointer. Oh, I see. Two traces will require 2 pointers. Huh. Alright, so let's update this. No more multiplexer here. Everybody gets their own multiplexer now. New connections, that's going to be a receiver. New stream pair. Toss that on there. That needs its own multiplexer. Connection state store, that's fine, spider's fine. Multiplexer gone from these. And that receives a new connection, so that gets passed through. And we're probably going to need some way of actually taking them out of there and actually passing them to characters. So here we have new connections. That goes into this one. Then we'll have to have some other stream pair to be able to pass them over to run character, and then again over to Game Master. And Game Master is probably going to have a whole bunch of them in there. In the future, you'll be able to allocate dying traits on the stack. Oh. Which will only live for the stack frame scope. And the compiler can figure out how much stack space is available / free for the local. Like, oh wow. And dying traits can sometimes be optimized out for monomorphic types. Devirtualization. If you only call one or a few methods, you can see that, and pull that type out of the vtable and make it a static type, and make a static type for it. I imagine this is what some of the JavaScript optimizations that V8 and SpiderMonkey do. No, they do tracing, don't they? Oh yeah, devirtualization sounds really cool. Very cutting edge. Sounds cool. Sounds really cool. Alright, now at this point, we either need basically the same sort of thing here. New character, TX. So that they can kind of eject and pass it on to the next one. Names could use improvement. Something that's very important in Java and C++. Basically everything in Java is a virtual class, right? So you have to imagine why it's important there. I'm going to stand up for a bit. Gotta crank the desk up. They divert passes. They usually let the JIT handle it. Yeah, JavaScript's got a bit of baggage. I mean, prototypal inheritance and all that. That gets really messy when you're trying to optimize stuff. I can imagine tracing being one of the few ways you could actually optimize JavaScript. Statically analyzing that. I mean, as soon as you see somebody mess with a prototype chain, that's got to get pretty hairy. Oh, Game Master has actually commented out. Yeah, so I was trying to get that running. All right, back up to the top. So I'm going to pass in new connections. So let's rename those. I can't stand these names. AuthCon. That's so much better. Okay. It is something Rust is good about. You usually go with static dispatch over dynamic dispatch by default, which is really nice. Here we have auth connections. Keep that. Now at this point, we're going to give it character connection TX for that. Now this one here needs character connection RX followed by game master connection TX, and then the next one gets the end of the line, game master RX. Log trace for IO is common in Rust because the overhead of the calls, the syscalls, not your methods. What's TLB in this case? Is that a register? Oh, thread local buffer. Gotta clean my glasses real quick. All right, let's keep going. So now we have run auth. We have these pieces here. We have channels to be able to pass that stuff around. It doesn't know what kind of channels those are, which is fine. We're going to go into run auth. Auth connections. And what is this? This is a receiver of a new stream pair. I'm not sure if we're actually going to be sending that from next to next. It looks like it though. So maybe we should rename that eventually. Alright, so we'll have that there. We're going to need to do a race on this. Alright. Multiplexer receive. Oh, wait. Now this multiplexer doesn't exist yet. Uh-oh. Oh, that's right. We need a spawner for this. See, in this case here, I would rather just use what I'm currently using. Not have to use that other wrapped type. So we're already using small. We have this task here. If I want to pass this spawner in, I could just say, I can't even get to the current spawner, can I? Alright, so we'll do that. Figure that out. And once we have that, we actually need to pull on these. Alright. Because yeah, we're not going to be able to have a kind there. That, and we want to be able to put things inside of this. So either we have that race and a branch, or maybe 2 loops, 2 tasks? What would 2 tasks look like at this point? No, we'd have to share a multiplexer, and we can't do that. We don't want to do that, rather. Okay, so let's just... I don't want to use Futures Light here. Is there any reason I can't use Futures Light? I don't think so. It doesn't, but it has race. I could use race. Oh, the same output. Oh, that's right. Oh, fine. Okay. No, you're right. You're right. I like the select biased. I like the idea that it's going to take the first one and favor that. Future EXT, which does either. Oh, true. Let's see, this is going to be from auth connection. So in this case, we'll do that. We need a fat arrow here. And then otherwise we do this. And that would just be coming off of multiplexer. I don't really want to move all of that into that. That's going to take a stream item and then play a number of these. It's just that the formatting and the error reporting gets really messed up inside of these macros. Okay, we'll take this down to, what about there? Oh, I missed one. Oh. Okay. Now up here. If we get a new connection, we're going to add them to the multiplexer, which means we are going to need some sort of identifier on this. Get a new ID from that. Oh my goodness. Add stream. And this had the stream ID followed by the stream itself, which should have been a new stream pair dot 2 TXRX. But this receive here, what's that going to give us? It's an option. And we can't deconstruct this here, can we? Register client with the same ID and the TX. Something like that. Else, the stream is closed and we want to return. Otherwise, we receive the multiplexer item. It might be something, might not. All right. Okay. Otherwise, we return. If let some blah blah blah. There we go. Wait, what's it saying about this? Expected right curly. Okay. Expected semicolon. Oh. Okay. Oh, we've got way too many curly braces. Okay, way up there. Run character should be here. We need another right curly. There we go. No errors in this file. That doesn't seem right. All right. So we got auth, run auth. Let's look at that again. ID gen, etc. It shouldn't know where this comes from. Yeah, we've got the IGen, we've got the multiplexer. So multiplexer. Yeah, the spawner. So we either create an executor for this or something else. I kind of want that to just go away. All right, so we have multiplexer. It needs some sort of spawner. Oh, I got lost. One more. Keep going. There we go. This to do there. What if we could create our own spawner? Could bottle up a spawner. That would work. And we're using small task spawn here because it's convenient. We don't have to pass a spawner around. That's really nice. Can you actually get a hold of the spawner with small? Let's take a look. Documentation. Structs. Async task. Not there. Async? No, that's something else. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, so task is a spawner, but So if I was trying to create a spawner to pass into multiplexer, I'm using small. It doesn't expose async multiplexer, async executor, because our spawner is actually off of, where is it? Executor spawner here. I can't get a hold of one of these from that. Yeah, okay, I can't get an executor from that. I see, and then we could just enter this. Oh, that's interesting. Why don't we just expect that you've entered one of these? Enter sets up the local executor. Enters the context of an executor. How do you know it's a local one? I see. And it says knows which executor to spawn into. So a feature under the main feature will use the executor. I see. Structs. I want to see local executor. And the local one doesn't have enter. Okay. Oh, which means which of the executors spawned with paramount. Got it. Got it. Thread local. Okay. Now this task here, is this? Can I just use async task in multiplexer? And then expect that the executor has already been entered somewhere? I see. This is actually looking to see which executor, if it's already set, and then spawn it. But if I'm using task directly, I wouldn't have this lookup, and I wouldn't be able to look that up and spawn. Trying to retain. Nightly drain filter or splice. I see. Oh, what features functions do they have? Creates a new task, spawn local, new local task, and a waker function. Huh. I see. So, But if we look at the task, I just want to see this. I say schedule, run, etc. Let's take a look at multitask again. Executor, local executor. One of these. Detach. Cancel. Well, they are being ornery back there. So there's no spawn on this. Multitask. It's got an executor. And the executor has spawn. I see. Alright. Back to async executor. So do I already have that open? Ah, here. I think what I'm getting frustrated with here is the fact that we have to create this with the executor. Or frankly, I don't want the spawner. I just want it to be present. Mostly because I don't want to spawn these threads here. I don't want to have to use the multiplexer's executor and spawner in order to run the game server. All right. I'm out of water. Let me pour some more water. Okay. Yeah, this is going away. It's gonna find the right one if I just call spawn on it. All right. Trim this up to DT right bracket. Both of those. Hey, patatas del papa. Happy Friday. Haven't done one of these in a couple minutes. Why did the student bring a ladder to school? They wanted to go to high school. Didn't. All right. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's on the dev branch. Okay. Good. Let's give that a clean real quick. For whatever reason, NeoVim is not picking that up. Kind of the Conquer of Completion stuff. Wow, that's taking a while. Uh-oh. I'm probably going to get a ton of hard drive space back. That's an SSD, too. Where to go? Let's give it a cargo check. Should have to pull a bunch of stuff. Hold on. Cargo update real quick. Just make sure. Nothing else. Check, 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 check. Now we're down to 416. I remember when we were down to 300. 300 was nice. I wonder how they handle those tools in places like Google where you have like giant code bases. I guess each project still has its own little build system and whatnot. What happened to the frog's car when it broke down? It was towed away. Frog, toad, get it? All right.
Scares you inside out for a moment. But deep breath in, chin up. We got this far. It's time to finish what we all started. The bruised, bleeding limbs, broken hearted. But all together now, we got this far.
This has got a lot of stuff in it, doesn't it? Bin project, crossbeam. Why am I using crossbeam? Crossbeam utils, crossbeam epoch. Maybe some dependencies are? Crossbeam channel. Parking lot. 2 versions of parking lot. Come on, Saturday, you can do it. You can do it. Oh. Almost done. Okay, much better. Going to select biased on that, process these. We're going to need a lot more information inside of this process stream item. But I think we see the direction that it is going in. And at some point, we're going to have to remove someone from multiplexer and actually pass it into something else. Multiplexer and broadcast. Packeteer. All right, regardless. Auth connections, state store multiplexer. Why are we giving it a multiplexer? Doesn't take a multiplexer. Makes a connection state store. We create our own multiplexer. around Packeteer. Tokyo Mutex. Sorry. Where was that? You maintain the lock between away points? It depends, actually. I guess it. I'm not sure where that was. Was that in the multiplexer code or somewhere else? Alright. Process auth stream item. We get the stream item. If there's an error. Okay, so we need multiplexer. We'll also need to remove them from Packeteer.
My love this hard, it's tearing worlds apart. I never told the moon anything about me and you. And I know I gotta keep on breathing, but you know it's really hard when I'm dreaming about me and you and everything that we can do. Are you gonna be on my side now? Tell me, baby, please.
If somebody is suddenly connected, we ignore it, and that's fine. Because that's actually connected to multiplexer. Which is odd because we're in multiplexer here, aren't we? No, we got a value out of multiplexer in this case. Let's see, stream ID has an ID and a kind. Missing structure fields. Stream ID. Did I spell that wrong? STREAM-ID. That looks right to me. Edit anyways. Oh, interesting. Did I wire one of these up to the wrong place? Odd. Should be the bottom one. Yeah, stream item. A or B? A or B? Hmm. Alright, so in this case, expected one argument found 0. Let's Packeteer want a spawner. Oh, Packeteer. We're gonna get you too. Done with those spawners for the moment. They might come back in the future. Hmm. Okay. Wait, we didn't pull in Packeteer? We just updated it. Oh, it did. It did. Okay. Surprised me there for just a moment. Cargo check. A little check. Which directory are we in? I was expecting that to be a little quicker than that. What did we do before? Did we do like a compile before? That's surprising. All right, we'll just toss that in the next window over. All right. Now we have a packet here and we can add stuff to it. That should be fine. Why did the can crusher quit his job? Because it was soda pressing. Soda pressing. Get it? Soda depressing. Anyhow. And my delivery sucked on that one. What do computers like to eat? Microchips. I'm going to give this a quick stretch. I'm going to stretch while this is doing it. That was terrible. Well, why did the school kids eat their homework? Because the teacher said it was a piece of cake. Didn't. We did not guarantee that any of these jokes are of any substantial quality. Some are good and, well, some are great. There we go. All right. Good. See, it seems like when I make those changes, it doesn't quite pick them up. And I wish there was a way to tell COC just to update this one. So if I make a change, save it, it doesn't actually scan the rest of them again. Is there some option to handle that? Rest fix info install. List resume, that sounds neat. I mean, rebuild maybe. I mean, there's restart, and that's usually what I'll do here. But it takes it a little while. All right, well, that's going to go away. We're going to do the select biased. Got to come down into here, into the process auth stream. Yeah, we're going to have to pass in some extras here. Oh, you always wanted to learn how to use Vim, but never got the hang of it. Because I'm not good at other editors, and I try to teach my kids how to code, apparently. But there's also Vim Adventures, which I am not associated with in any way, but you can get so far before they start wanting to charge you money. So you can kind of move your cursor around and it'll teach you how to do different things. Press escape to return to the game, etc. You can go through here and it's got some little game mechanics. So it's kind of fun. That's funny. All right. What am I going to do here? Sorry, got lost in thought for a moment. We're going to pass some extra stuff that this needs. Process auth. We can see that it's going to need multiplexer. It's going to need packeteer. Because if somebody gets disconnected, they need to be removed from both. Need metric sender, spiner. All right, where's metric sender? Let's just put all of these in there. And then if we need more, we'll add more. Ta-da. So if we get a value, clone the metrics, clone the database handler. What? No, we shouldn't be cloning the multiplexer. Okay, no more multiplexer cloning. Async move. Oh, is it because of the async move? Interesting. We might need to arc that. We'll see. Message try into. Okay, we get the message. passing the stream ID into it, that's fine. Multiplexer remove. So in this case, we actually want to remove it from both. I almost want like one thing for this, but I know that in Game Master it's going to be different. So I'm hesitant to do that right now because I know it's going to change for the other places. And then if we get an error during processing, we will also remove them. There's a lot of removal in there. Okay. Also, the send to other place, we did not get that wired up. In process here, yeah, we have multiplexer being passed into process. But this, let's see, server-bound packet, that's fine. This is the data that's coming in from a client. Here's the data, here's the client's identifier, and the connection state store. When somebody gets upgraded, we need to actually send them out of this multiplexer, out of this packet tier, into something else. Wow, that is taking it a long time. Is it still going? Oh, are we still running Jaeger? That's funny. There we go. Now it's kicked on. Rust Analyzer picking up now. We're going to take that out of there. We're going to move that into Stream Utils. Legacy Packeteer. This Packeteer. Packeteer takes an ID and a W. We're just going to create a little type alias around that. Pub type. Oh, you know what? We need an auth Packeteer and the other one. Do I want to do that? It would make it a little easier for later. And I think elsewhere, this packet here is going to be a UUID. Yeah, and we don't have UUID here. Okay, now we're back in authlib. Packeteer. Oh yes, we've got a lot of stuff in there that we don't want to trace out. Oh, and stream ID. I thought stream ID was in here. We have ID. No stream ID. Yeah, let's just... Okay. So we're going to skip self, skip multiplexer, skip packeteer. We're going to leave message and stream ID. Okay. Conquer of Completion is up and running again. That's nice. Okay, so in this case, we're going to call process. Over here, we don't have the same stream ID. Okay, this doesn't seem quite right. Let's go back to server lib. I'm not seeing any errors in there. Okay, but we do have errors in auth. Okay, let's look at authlib then. Auth stream ID is going to be different than the other stream IDs. This is the request ID, this is the message. Okay. That looks okay. Okay, now this init connection. Ooh, connection needs that. Ooh. Oh, that's not good. Okay. We're using the same ID for this connection state store. Now, when we get the login result, that's fine. It's okay to have a login result, but the ID we're using is no longer a usize. Here, the account ID is a UUID. So let's change the connection state store to actually use something that's not like that. In fact, it's connection. connection ID here is going to be the, is it the player ID or the account ID? It's probably gonna have to match up to what they're using. All right. But we might have two different situations here. Wonder if we need like an auth connection state store and then also the other one. Kind of splitting this up as well. Okay, let's make this a little bit more generic. Connection state here. Where T is a type ID. Yeah, we have to change all of these. Double init does not exist. Entity control out to something else. And what we're wrapping here is actually a dash map. Interesting. We end up using this and reading from it all the time, whenever a packet's coming in. We could try to move players between these, one for auth, one for character, and so on, and mimic the rest of these, but I don't like that. All right. I'm gonna have to rethink this. Now, what is the connection state store doing? Basically, it lets us know whether or not you have access to this character that you have access to a specific character. So when we load up your account, we provide your account ID and then the entities that you control into this. As you create new entities or actors, we add them to this list. Then when you choose one, we reduce this list down to one entity. All right. Init connection. So in this case, we end up initializing the connection. We'll get the double error if we give the same thing back. So we could make this generic, but I don't know if that's going to do what we want. Most of this is used during authentication, though it might be possible that an administrator could take over access of a character in the game for like debugging or something like that. It's too bad this is tied to use size. Oh, let's not do that. We'll leave that off of there. In most of these cases, you're going to know what you passed in. All right. This one's okay. Connection state is fine. Double connections. Okay, now we get to it. We have ID. We're going to have to constrain that. It needs equal and debug. All right, so K is equal hash and clone. Hmm. Let's see, we don't actually need that for that, do we? Oh, guess we do. All right, now for the little cleanups. So we don't pass connection ID in. Connection ID. Tracing core field value. What does it need? It needs display or debug? Here. Interesting. Display value. Thank you, Museum. Missing core. Okay, so where T is display. Oh. Oh, I see. And this is actually implemented for a number of regular types already. Sorry, bouncing a little bit back and forth. I see. So they have value implemented on all these types already, which is why it works for the use size. I see. Then we could also just toss one of those on there if it's debug. There we go. Connection ID. Oh, I put question marks in front of things. That should have been a 2DT right paren. There we go. Three, 44, 45, 46. Done. All right. Now back to auth login. So now we can init the connection with our own types that we want. The problem is now we have to manage this as people are coming in. We store a little bit of data about them. Then we'll have to put them into a separate connection state store. So auth cannot use the same connection state. So let's rename this one to global. So we're going to have to move from one to the other once they are past authentication. Now the global one is going to use not auth stream IDs, but just regular stream IDs. try to be a little bit more explicit here. So for this auth packet here, we want to use auth stream ID here, stream ID. What is question mark and question mark? Yeah, it's part of the tracing macros. Connection states. Now this is global. Oh, I should have found that. Okay, so we have multiplexer. Stream ID we're going to leave. Message is fine. Global connection state. Spiner and metric center. Okay, those are skipped. Oh yes, we no longer have change stream. This is good. This is where we go from one to the other. Okay, and this is for auth login. So after you finish logging in, actually, we might not need that auth connection state store. Because at this point, if we're going to start using, the global connection state, after they authenticate, we're going to put them in there. Global connection state. So after that point, they'll go over to the connection where they'll load their characters and then select one. Okay. Yeah. Oh, that's nice. Okay. All right, now how do we move them? We're going to have auth multiplexer, and then we'll have to toss them into the other channel so they get sent out. Do we have that channel in here? We don't. Okay, so login process needs that extra channel. All right, that should be... I don't know where I actually want to put something like that. I was considering that would be in kind of the stream utils just so I could change it in one spot. Oh, that's right. And technically this stuff doesn't really do much. Okay, we're gonna just delete that. Come all the way down to there. Come back. Delete that. Okay, now we just need a little bit more state to pass in. Alright, so that's stream ID. Now, we're not going to use auth ID. Oh, except for there. Fine. Who needs methods? Just pass everything into free functions. That's a nice way of solving some ownership problems. Uh, Alright. Alright, now we do need spiner and metric center passed in. Alright, that's auth lib. We're gonna go back up to server lib. Alright. Spiner and the metrics. We also don't want to track those. Oh, interesting. Now we have to get the little DB bits on there. Shh. Alright. Spawner goes through there. It wants both of them the same way. Alright, that looks okay. Kind of like splitting a borrow. Nice. Alright. So now that we've gotten rid of that, we have to wire that back up over on the server side. Server lib, run auth. We no longer create an auth. There. However, when we call process, wherever that went, here. So spiner and metric center at the end. Alright, and we own those, so we're just going to pass an exclusive borrow in. Right there. Unused import spiner. Ah, I see, because it's down below. And event sender. Yeah. All right. Now this here, this is supposed to be a channel that we put the connection into after they've been authenticated, so it can go on to the next part of the server. Oh, it also makes UFCS easier. Map process instead of map. Oh, very true. Instead of S process. instead of the method. How does it handle the compiled code? I mean, is it cleaner? Is it simpler? All right, I'm gonna go ahead and do this. So instead of sender, I'm gonna say like a stream sender pub. We already have this in here. Async channel sender of new stream pair. Ah. Gonna copy that over into stream utils. I'm a little picky about these. The ones that are in the workspace, I try to have separate, like those two there. And then the rest can be sorted. There we go. Okay. Coming back to stream util, that should now work. It's fine. Oh, it's the same when it's been compiled? Oh, interesting. Okay. That makes sense. It's gonna have to load the information, pass it to the function. All right, now we can have a stream receiver there instead. Run auth. Stream receiver, stream sender. Clean that up because it's not there any longer. DB isn't. All right, and now also for process. Okay. Event sender cannot be found. And that. Import and import. Those can come up here. Down to 4. All right. Oh, wow. Import 3. Yes, and that's broken. We know that. We're not going to fix that at the moment. Let's see, anything else? Create account. Connection state store. Oh, wow. Now this is in create account. We're going to go back up to the top of this flow and back into auth. All right. So when we process create account, this stream ID here, what is its stream ID? Was that, oh, it's coming from up there. And that's auth stream ID. Because we have different stream IDs, if you're pre-authenticated or post-authenticated. All right. Now for server login, let's see. So this was create account. This one down here is login. Takes 8 arguments, but 7 were supplied. What are we missing? Multiplexer, character connections. All right, spot the difference. We have multiplexer. The connections, character connections. Sounds like things to be bundled up into structs. Structs that do nothing. Kidding. Most of this stuff, let's see. Yeah. Glenn LOL. Does Godot not need a GUI? We do actually do Godot. We've actually just gotten back into the game server from some of its supporting libraries, and hopefully we'll be getting past the login flow soon. So Godot is probably happening this week. A good question, Glenn LOL. Very good question. Alright, so we actually need character stuff being passed in here. It's going to be a stream sender. Is that a mutable borrow? It might be. No, it doesn't need to be. So we'll just call try send on it. You're right, it's starting to look a little gross. Too many things here. And Glenn LOL, we have been in server stuff for like 3 weeks. So, yeah. And for those that missed it, every now and then we do pop over here. We haven't drawn the client in here. But really the client has all of these little dots out here. And so we've actually been working on the sort of outer zone, and then so the pink zone and the blue zone. Actually, I don't even know what color that is. Whatever this color is. So we've been actually in those 2 zones at the moment, and we're just now getting back into the green zone here. And after that, we'll probably be working a little bit more on the client. Probably with some mesh generation. So I want to see uh, variable height on the actual world portion. Multi-line dot all. Oh, interesting. That's cool. Yeah, it's funny. I just stripped the struct off of this only to find out that, oh, I probably want the struct. It's a big U. I'm printing out the arguments. Well, I can see the ones that, let's see, the only ones that are going to be passed in. It's going to be message, stream ID. Oh, that's sad. It's going to be these two. The other 6 could be on that. We'll clean that up later, though. I want to get a little further into this. And then it's a fairly isolated change. Yeah, related pack structs. Am I developing my own pub sub? Yeah, that's what we did yesterday and the day before. That's over here somewhere. Packeteer, I call it. So in that case, we look at the source set. Oh, come on. I mean, it's not quite pub sub. It's really just like distribution, but it's easier to explain in that context. Oh, into packed structs. Oh, that's a great idea. instead of instead of methods. Oh, that's a great idea. All right, auth. Got a little bit of stuff going on here. Delete that, clean that up. All right, which one do we want to do first? Create account. Actually, a server. What is this last server one? I thought we had that fine. Expected 0 arguments, found 1. Or which part of that? Oh, character. Yes, that's right. Yeah, now we have a multiplexer per. In fact, this is going to get its own multiplexer, so it should not be passed in here. Let's give it a buffer. Some random big number. You could call it facade of, yeah. Most programming languages want. Yeah, we'll just call it a PODO, plain old data object, or a facade. Rust could do facade, right? Actually, I don't know if I can do that on my keyboard. Oh, I can. Look at that. So that would work. Huh. All right, this keyboard works too. Oh, they're not available. They're not stable yet. Oh, that's too bad. All right, now in this case, All right. I want to finish either create account or login. Let's do login. It's like I tell my kids, like right now I've got a lot of compiler errors, and I will often tell them this little tidbit: how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. Oh, all right. We'll see how coding with little kid on lap works. And a 4-year-old at the helm. All right, change stream channel. Now this here, change channel, we want to actually extract both parts out of this and then send it through that other channel into the character selector. So here we're going to say remove stream. Do we have to await this? Yeah, we do. Give it a stream ID. And what do we do if this fails? So if they are not in there, yeah, then we just bail? So we'll get both of those. Now, is this supposed to have a packeteer? Probably passed in. Oh my goodness.
Oh, hi, Evan.
All right. Look, SureShack55 says hi. Can you say hi?
Hi.
There you go. Oh, well, here. Say hi to SureShack.
Hi.
I don't know if you can hear that. Where do I live? Yeah, I'm in Pacific time. All right. So in this case, multiplexer remove stream. Oh, interesting. I thought remove stream did return a result. Oh, we have to await it. My mistake. And this package here doesn't exist because we haven't passed it in. There it is. Why does that not exist? Remove stream, remove client. That's what it's called. Yeah, that naming needs to be fixed up. That's also async. Of course, those aren't going to be able to go back out. Well, if that were to work correctly, we could then say character connections. Try send to that. And this will be TX stream. There we go. All right. Async write, and that cannot be sent safely between threads. Interesting. So multiplexer. All right. Async write, send, and static cannot be sent safely. Oh, it needs to be sync. All right. Ah, interesting. So expected UUID, but it found that. Now this should probably be the auth packet here, whatever we called it. Almost always have sync for async stuff. All right. Is it saying it's a result? No. Mismatch types. Expected struct. Box with tupled stuff. Found. Oh, it's not boxed. Why is it not boxed? All right, I have some mismatch types here. Yeah, this should probably be the same type as this one here. All right. Can't wait for trade aliases. Oh, that would be nice. That would be really nice. Oh, it cannot be unpinned. Yeah, send, sync, unpin, and static. No. Static we get from the box, though, right? So send, sync, static, and unpin. Async read, yeah. Okay, so we got that. Now our writer here is not everything. It's not unpinned and static as well. How do I get that mixed up? Oh, here. All right. I wish we could do that. Or just W, whatever it is. And this one up here needs it. There's too much going on. That's better. Don't really like the name on writer. Let's call it W. Oh, you can use trait inheritance and have methods to upcast to the base. All right, so we got that. Now this send to, what are we actually doing at this point? Now this send to, yeah, oh, that's right, we got rid of that altogether. But we should have sent the response before ejecting them from this. Because at this point we took them out of the writer. Interesting. So what was this doing before? Was it actually moving them here? Oh, I see. We're just doing the initialize connection and channel change stream. Channel stream dash. So we actually sent the stream change and then some more information. In which case, we probably should have... no, I did that for a reason, didn't I? However, it's not going to work anymore. Because now they're out of the packeteer, they're out of the multiplexer. So we're going to send them... Good news. We'll say, hey, packeteer, come on. Client publish. And we have to give it the bytes now. What is callback at this point? Out of curiosity. That was down here. I didn't pull enough up there. Okay. That goes up there too. And then we change the stream channel. That's not async. Okay. All right, now in this case, we want to have a vector of U8s because we're going to send one piece of data out instead of an iteration of data, which we could do. We could say that's an into iterator there. Hmm. All right, now we don't have a way to go from packets to U8s. Callback packet, that gives us a client-bound packet, but the client-bound packet, I thought I had something on there for that. Okay, where's packet? Here we go. Oh, what was that other thing? Packet ext? Oh, that's for the test stuff. Okay. From packet, 4 bytes. The bit this doesn't do that we're going to need it to do is to include the header length on this. It doesn't do that right now. So currently it has the size, these pieces here, but not how big this packet's going to be. It's a U16. Should just be a +1 on there. Oh, come on. Oh, we already have bytes here. Ah, but why are we going to bytes for this? Actually, we want to go into a vector of U8s. Okay, I'm going to undo that. Leave that alone. Okay. Can we actually do that? We should be able to. Gonna create a vector of that. Okay. Does vector have all those kind of cool functions like put U8 and whatnot on it? I don't think it does. That's on bytes. How would you do that if you didn't have bytes? What about cursor? It's got right. Push. I see. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. All right. I don't want to have to create a byte in order to create a vector, though. But only network order? I see. I gotta pour some more water. All right. So we do this way and then convert it from bytes to a vector of U8. All right. All right. What is packet data, actually? It's just a bunch of bytes. It has extend from slice, and if you're only writing bytes, just push the vector. And we've got this. We've got the U8. We've got the slice here. Freezing should turn it into byte. That returns a vector of U8s, doesn't it? Yeah. So we could work on it as bytes and then return the vector. Yeah, I don't really want to do that math. I've done that math before, and it usually involves a bunch of unit tests. All right, now in this case, bytes.put U16, and that's going to be the bytes.length. Because we already pre-computed the packet length plus 1, and this will be the header. Oh shoot, that's not entirely it. Because we're off by 2 here. So we just put a U16 on there. Oh, the byte order crate has it correct. Write U8, write I64, also read. Oh, I didn't know that. I want to check that. Byte order. Burnt sushi. All right, let's go back and do that. Let's go to messages, cargo, what features, WIT features. Almost, now with a V. Ooh. And if you don't have standard, what are you missing? All right, let's try that. Vector with capacity, it'll be packet. Actually, it's going to be this here plus 3. Now, how do we use byte order? Byte order, big endian, little endian. Oh, interesting. Oh, the traits? Okay, so, but we probably want the traits. Where's the docs? There we go. All right. Oh, it added the same stuff to standard. Is that what that was saying earlier? Alternatives. Note that as of Rust 132, the numeric types provide built-in methods like to LE bytes and from LE bytes, which... Oh, interesting. Nice. Very nice. I was looking forward to using that. Could have increased my dependency count. All right. Vector dot extend from slice. And in this case, we're going to have some number that we're going to have probably big endian. It makes parsing simpler. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, now 1.32, 1.33. So let's say we have a U16. Where's our into from LE bytes to LE bytes? Primitive type, okay. Wow, that's really, really simple. Just give it a number and call that on it. Wow. It's gonna be this plus 1. No, plus, yeah, 1. And then here it's payload length plus 2. All right, now in this case, we have payload length dot. Wow. All right. And then we just push packet kind. Oh, that's great. And now the data. Extend from slice. This will be packet.data. As by, okay. There we go. I should be on top of that. I always do the mutability last. It's one of those little pieces I got to work on. Wow, okay, so if that's the case, we should be able to go back to wherever we were before. Let's close some of these. Close, close, close. All right, we were an auth login. And now we just go into on it. Oh, that's so clean. Convert it to a box slice at the end. To reduce the size of the type by 8 bytes. So what are we taking here? Here we're taking a vector view 8. I see. That'd be the freeze equivalent. That's okay. So let's see how that plays out. Let's say we go back in here. Into box slice here. Now our types aren't going to match. With a vector, instead this is going to be a box. But now Packeteer doesn't actually want that type. Oh. Okay, so we'll just have to update Packeteer for that, and then it would work. Okay, where's Packeteer? Here's Packeteer. It doesn't need the capacity? I see. All right, we were also going to rename register client. That's just add client now. Also publish. Publish, publish, publish. All right, publish all first. What is this? Nicholas, welcome. We are currently working on a game server. And at this point, we're working on Packeteer. And Packeteer is the blue section. It's like a very specific pub sub. And Vec is basically just Vec, box const pointer U8. I see. So now that we've frozen it, I mean, why wouldn't we have done the arc of U8 slice instead? Transmute box pointer, box slice. Okay. Do I want an arc? I don't. Let me think about that. Well, I'm going to be sending this to a number of different channels. So basically every client, in this case, we're sending a message to every connected socket. Oh, it's a parsing phase. Yeah, no, this is the writing side. This is definitely the writing side. Shouldn't do arc new, arc from. Thank you. Why does it? I think this is because my types at the top are a little off now. So instead of a vector view 8, we have a box like so. To make an R. Oh, I see. So that actually becomes one of these guys, huh? Oh, that's interesting. Oh, nice. Very nice. Just going to bounce through this real quick, updating some of these. Arc new. So this probably should have been a from as well. And in this case, arc is just a multi-linear read-only box. It's thread safe. RC is a non-thread safe version. Gotcha. Oops. Okay, first one, let's check this. Box, we got that one. Why can't I tab that? I want to quick fix it. Oh, Vim. Silly Vim. We have any ARC news left? No. Yeah, this is just the test stuff. Okay. Ah, this seems interesting. Well, welcome. Nicholas, do you use Rust? Now, in this case, we could do an arc from that, can't we? Oh my goodness.
Arc from for the win. Very nice. You don't know how to code personally. Huh. Well, welcome. Let's give that a little test. All these changes appear to be okay. Let's see, what does our API look like at the moment? Push all. Oh, that's pusher. Let's go back into lib for a moment. Sorry, packeteer. This is the main API. We're definitely going to have box. Pub. Okay, so looking at this information on the right here as we look through this, that's a box. Push all. Some pusher and packeteer. Remove client. Actually, pub function. Alright, new publish all. That's a box. Good. Just doing a quick sanity check on the right side there. Remove client, etc. Add client, subscribe, unsubscribe, client, publish. And channel publish. I think these two we already did. Ah, nope. That should be a box. Oh, that's okay. That's a vector of IDs. You want to learn at least one language someday. Well, like any language, like spoken language, just keep practicing. So pick it up and just make, like you would, like if you wanted to go somewhere in the world, right? You'd probably learn the language that the place where you wanted to go. And programming languages are kind of like that. That, if you have a destination in mind, it makes it easier to pick one. Okay, that's good. We should have one of those. All right, that one's fine. Client info, yep. This is the test, and this is the client info. At least I think that's a test in pusher. 58? Yeah, that is. Okay, so now that we have that, get status. Git add source. We'll commit it to source control. Let's see, renaming a couple things. One thing, register client. There we go. Toss that out there. All right. Give that an update. Packeteer's been updated. Good. Vector arc is less work. That's what vector arc would be doing. So if you have packet arc slice, it'd be better. Oh, interesting. Specialized arc slice from some crate. Both are pretty cheap. Oh, that's neat. All right, so that actually works there. And if we, okay. So now we are back over here in the green section. So kind of in the game master here. We're working on the authentication piece at this point. That's where this code is. All right. Now let's see, is this still correct? Create a login packet, do a client publish. We can get rid of that, toss that on there. This has to do with this section. Hmm. Got a little cut on my hand. It's bugging me. All right, let's keep going. Nice. So at this point, we send them to the other connection by removing them from ours, and we state that login is successful. After that, we record some stats, and what do we do here? So if there's an error, we say so. We tell them that, hey, you had an issue. Look at this, that thing in my hand. So strange. All right. At this point, we really want to use Packeteer because that's the outgoing element now. And it's going to be a publish client publish. Give it the stream ID, callback.into, done. All right, and then if there's an error, we should be able to do that. However, we can't convert from that yet. We don't know about that one. All right, let's go look at the error type that we have here. So auth error is going to need to know about Packeteer error. So here we have Spiner error, or other multiplexer error, and that's not correct anymore. Legacy Packeteer error. I know, I'm kind of hiding that stuff in here. There we go, now we have a send error, and should be able to convert to that type. Now, something that we didn't have is an incoming error. So back to login, where we had all of those, I think this is it, all of these. Auth error. Interesting. I'll bet we were actually collapsing those two errors down into the same send error when we shouldn't have been. Because one of them is kind of a receive error, the other is a send error. Yeah, that one's spelled out. That's fine. Okay. Back to where we were. In auth. Okay, that works. Auth login. So if we can't get them out of either one of these, I think what's going to happen is that error actually bubbles up and out, and then we end up basically dropping the connection. So in this case, this send error, we probably need something like that, some sort of transfer error or something. Okay. Let's create a new one for transfers. What do we want that to be on? Oh, you know what? No, I'm not doing that. This should just always work. What is it? Oh, okay, we're in that file. There we go. Change the mutability on multiplexer. And hey, that file is done. All right. Auth-lib. We should probably collapse these down into like types. What does not need to change? Because I think most of this goes all the way down. Packeteer, that's going to stay. Stream ID and message. These two don't change. Or these two are the ones that change. Wow. Okay, I'm going to put that over there. Do I do this for a living? I do not program in Rust for a living. I am a web developer. Alright, there we go. Self. Now we have those two things. We should have ownership of self. Can call that. In this, we actually need to put this inside of an impl block. We'll have to grab this. Toss that up there. Oops, I missed a bracket there. Okay. Okay, I'm going to also strip out the extra bits here and toss this create account process on there as well. Now they're going to stay in different files, which means that we're going to leave them in their files. We're just going to toss them into impl blocks. So this create account, just toss this over here. Oops, I didn't grab it. All right, one of those. Oh, we have a little email check. Okay, I think it's here. So multiplexer goes away. Request ID, that goes away, that goes away. Done. We're going to skip on self, and that's it. We'll call that create account instead. Clean up those imports and the DB needs to be removed from there, and this constraint is gone. Okay. Let's get the high level pieces fixed up. What am I using to make things look so good? So we are currently using so I'm on a Unix box, well, OS 10. We're running a Kitty Terminal Emulator, Kitty. We're also using NeoVim. We happen to be using this theme, which is Challenger Deep, and the plugins that you're mainly seeing is going to be a combination between FZF and COC. So here we're using COC with the Rust Analyzer plugin. All right, so back to auth-lib. Now we have this. This one here should be called create account. Multiplexer goes away, connection state spawner. Self.login. Let's go fix that. All right, now this one's going to do the same thing where we get rid of multiplexer, packeteer, Character connections. And those. Let's rename that to login. It works pretty well. You know, the one thing I tried the unreleased one. I'm probably about 3 weeks off of nightly for NeoVim, and the one thing that it doesn't do for me is the type hints, little hints that you get off here on the right. I really want that. It helps with combinators so much. Toss that on there. Another one of those. Okay. Use Deoplete for the tooltip stuff? Yeah, so Deoplete's pretty good. The only reason I'm not using that stuff is because Rust Analyzer with, the Conqueror of Completion works really, really well and provides most of that functionality for me. So I don't need it. Yeah, if we had a better example here, I wish it was giving me those type hints. It's failing too early. So we can do a self-dot spiner there. This is going to be mostly self-dot blah, blah, blah. Do we not have global connection state on self? Auth. It's just called connection state store. Okay. And it's been pretty quick. It's been really nice. Stream ID. Okay. What do we have here? Expected UUID found ID. Yes. Yeah, because your new ID is actually the account ID. Oops. It should be account ID. This one here should actually be an auth packet here. There we go. Fixes that. Oh, that's funny. Okay. Is that correct, though? Oh, yes, because we haven't moved you to the next setup yet. That's fine. Oh, yeah, like this stuff. These type hints right here. Conqueror of Completion does a great job of tossing those in there. But the other LSP for the NeoVim LSP, I tried all three of them. I tried the NeoVim LSP, I tried the Conqueror of Completion, which I currently use, and then there was one other. Yeah, that's exactly it. All right. So that one's happy. Yay. All right. So auth coming into there. That's fine. Now for create account. Oh, that should be Packeteer. And it's client publish. Doesn't need to be awaited. There we go. Yeah, some of those are just broken. We get that. Yeah, most of these where they're referencing packet or multiplexer should be Packeteer. I'd like to use the built-in NeoVim LSP. It just doesn't. It doesn't have feature parity, and that's as of 2 to 3 weeks ago. So maybe my information's a little old. However, I'm trying to write software, not test editors. You know. All right, I think we got most of the self bits. You turn off chaining guides and toggle param hints. Yeah, I don't really care for the param hints. I see that in people's editors. I don't know, maybe it would be okay to see what the name is, but it's okay. I think it's great for people that say, hey, we need named parameters. Like, no, just use the right editor. It'll do it. Well, yeah, 5 plus args, exactly. All right, so what's going on here? I haven't reasoned through this one. I'm gonna skip self. We've got most of this set up. We parse our message, check to make sure that this create account packet has a valid username. If not, we reject it. Send the failure back. All right, that goes away. That goes away. Now, if we can't send, yeah, that's fine. Then we're going to drop the client anyways. All right, down here, interact with the database, call the create account on the database. At this point, one key cord did toggle it for you? Yeah. So we get the result back from the database. The account has been created. We're still in auth, though. We need to actually send them a success and then move them to the other channels. They need to go into character selection. So I'm going to take this piece, toss it up from like we did before. This here is Packeteer. And it's not sent to. Oops. That's what? Broadcast, client, publish. Remove the sum because we don't need the iterator anymore. Okay. All right, now we already solved that one. I don't know, it's just a couple lines of code, but I'm going to copy anyways. That, and I think we already validated that. Let's see, this is login. Login's fine. Create account though. That's going to be these here. Get the stream ID, get the writer, send it across. Just to differentiate the two. Tie pins. Oh, interesting. That's a lot more information. Wow. I like my current setup in that anything that's extra is actually off to the side, and that my text is my text. It sends all three. That's cool. All right, now what happens here? This, okay, we'll get rid of that. Get rid of the extra line. This is packeteer, client publish. There we go. Ah. Done. I'm going to give auth a check just to make sure. Like, I would be okay with it even adding another line, kind of like a double line, like as if, you know, you're marking up a paper or something, and it adds it in between your code lines. Like if I went to double spaced or something, single spaced, and it added it there, I'd be fine with that. But it would really need to do it in an intelligent way, because that's going to be a lot of wasted space. Oh, semantic highlighting. Interesting. Oh, nice. Okay, so that actually worked. I don't think we have any tests in here, but no, we have integration tests, not these. All right, I'm gonna let it run for a little bit. All right, get status. Git add auth. Git add stream utils. All right, git add server and TCP server. And connection state. All right. Yay, one test passed. Oh, the email regular expression stuff. Fine. That's funny. Okay. Now the next section, after authentication, is going to be character selection. Let's go back up to the top. I'm going to go server main. have some logging. Here we create TCP server. Okay. Now at this point we run with the database. TCP auth connection and metric sender. Feels like we're missing something. No, maybe not. Alright. Jump into there. Here we have run auth. Alright, now at this point we need to take some of the ejected connections that have made it past authentication. They're going to be passed in here. Character connection RX. And then anything that makes it out of character connection is going to go into the queue for Game Master.
So I said, no, 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 it was supposed to be my pentakill. Why did you do that to me? I killed, I know, 1, 2, 3 for champions.
Oh, interesting. Doesn't work on many screens. I'm surprised that metric sender. Oh, we use that for auth metrics. All right. Expected 2, found 4. Connection state store and spiner. So it basically has these two, and it needs these extra 2. All right. Characters. Let's see, that will be a receiver. What should we call it? Stream receiver. And then we also have a stream sender. Game. Stream sender there. Alright. Now we have those. If we go back, that works. Let's fix this one at the same time. Okay, no more multiplexer there. That goes away. Stream receiver, done. Okay, so very similar to what we had before. Actually, we need the global packeteer at this point. Now, is packeteer clonable by default? Yeah, so we could just clone it. Tier immutability, all that. Okay. So we're going to need that there, and then also for Game Master. I'm going to put packeteer first. All right. We'll create our own multiplexer. That should be good. And we have to do, kind of the same thing as before. We're going to break this into 2 pieces using feature select and go from there. See, where did we end up creating the auth item? Shouldn't we have actually created auth? Because here we're process auth stream item. It has all of these pieces. We never ended up wiring that up. All right. Should probably create the auth here then. Going for the 24-hour stream? No. Let's see, we're on for 8.5 so far. I want to get the game server to actually further than it's been in a while. We've ended up refactoring a number of pieces, and I don't want that to take another week, so I'm trying to burn through it. All right, let's generate a new. All right, so there we have a new auth, which we should be able to create in here. Source, no, not right there. Hey, Raimu. Hey, welcome. Welcome. We're here and we're angry. Chad, how angry. Raimu, what have you done with these people? Like, why are they so upset at you, right? Are they upset at you? Or is it. Was it the borrow checker? Maybe it was Clippy. It's 715209. Hello. We shall help me fight the borrow checker. Well, currently, imagine a warehouse, okay, where you had clean, organized code stacked on boxes, right? But then one morning you woke up and you're like, it's not right. So you just poured them all out, and now you're sorting them and putting them back into the boxes. That's where we are at the moment. And the borrow checker always wins. The borrow checker always wins. All right. Actually, I think I have a picture for that. Where'd it go? All right. Yes, it's this one. Okay, I found it. There we go. You're not going to win against this one. All right. Now back to the code. Stacked boxes? Ooh, boxes solves borrow checking. Leaky boxes. Oh, you figured out how to decode PNG images in Rust today. Oh, nice. Very nice. All right, well, welcome everybody. And let me adjust one thing on my network. Then we'll get back into this. Yeah, so far it's okay. It's a little shaky on the network. Normally I don't stream this long. So the kids are like, kind of getting into it. I know I actually took a day off, and this is it. I wanted to get further on the game server. All right, so that's done. Almost. Maybe 15 seconds. Come on, go, go, go. All right, and now I can turn off this other computer. There we go. Okay, yeah, maybe they're cycling servers or something. That normally doesn't just go dead like that. That was sudden, off, done, gone. Okay, back to where we were. Oh, watching it. I'm sorry. That's why they did it. They want money. Okay, I'm gonna have a sip of water, and after, because of that little hiccup, we're gonna get back to it. But first, what's the difference between a guitar and a fish? You can't tune a fish. Didn't. Sorry. Oldie but goodie. No, not doing 24 hours of streaming. So let's keep going. Now at this point, we're creating this new here. We actually have to have that somewhere, and it wasn't being created. So here in server lib, we need to provide those 6 arguments for this. Now, it's going to be multiplexer, character connections, multiplexer, character connections. What else? Oh my goodness. Okay, parse that real quick. Packeteer followed by connection state. Packeteer, connection state. Sorry, is that what we called it? It is. Followed by spiner and the metric center. All right. And in here, we should probably be calling process auth stream on that. So we could move this function into its own place. Maybe inside of auth. So we could do like a auth process, blah, 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 like that, and everything would be nice. Stream is Sterum. Oh, Sterum item. Wow. All right, there we go. Yeah, let's move that. Auth source process stream. I don't know. Naming things is one of my gifts, really. It's not. It's like a lump of coal. All right, now we need the little wrapper around that for auth. Impl auth where that. Toss that on there, go to the bottom, add another bracket. All right, now we can get rid of that. Wait, where's the message? What's this run game master? That shouldn't be in here. I did not want game master. Okay, just deleted the wrong function. Should have been this one. May you ask an unrelated Rust question? Sure. I love that. Computer science, naming things, yeah. Only 2 hard problems in computer science. Naming things, off by 1 errors, and cache invalidation. All right, where'd the other one go? Here, so we want that there. So much better. Okay, now in this case, we're going to keep everything except... So we're only going to keep the stream item. What do I recommend for an HTTP client that is asynchronous but not dependent on any specific runtime? That's more of a musing question. I don't know those. I don't know those that well. All right. Process stream item. I forget what we tried to call it. Oh, that should be mod. There we go. Unresolved module. Process stream. Okay. Okay, now I actually need to kick one machine here. That works good. All right, now we're gonna have to rename this from that to just process stream. All right. No longer need to have that DB there, this constraint here. Stream item, where does that actually come from? Stream utils? Self multiplexer, good, good. Oh, interesting. Async function. Where was this supposed to be? Stream item. Ah, that's actually from stream multiplexer, which I don't want it from there. Actually, I want it from stream util. Oh, interesting. I thought I had something for this. If we go back into auth lib, not here. Yeah, this should be a server-bound packet. But it's not, actually. I lost that type. See, here, we're supposed to be doing this process stream item. In which case, we're going to have this stream item here. We'll call auth.process stream on it. Okay, and that should be good. But this stream item is coming off of multiplexer receive. And this code isn't happy at all. All right. Oh, that was a good attempt at trying to give time there. So let's go back into authlib. We're going to be doing a process stream. In this case, we have a server-bound packet, which we break up into smaller pieces. Now, why is this different? Why did we have this here and also process stream? Was this one actually calling the other one? I think it might have been. I can't find it though. All right, I've messed something up here. We go back to server lib. Here's server lib. At this point, we have auth. Auth should be calling process stream. Got it. Or process stream item, whatever it is. So if we go back here, the stream item should actually match the server bound packet. What I think it should be here. Oh, interesting. We already have a packet. Why is it actually trying to receive another one? Oh yeah, multiplexer receive was already done right there. There it is. Okay, so we can get rid of this other one. Let's just break that down. Stream item, like so. Get rid of that. Server bound packet has one of those. We need to, was it try into? With an expect on it, wasn't it? Let's go back one. Auth channel should always exist. That's a weird message. So at this point we have a server-bound packet, and a server-bound packet is made of packet, etc. Now we should have some sort of try into to go into a stream item, but a stream item is from stream multiplexer. That doesn't seem right. That seems like the wrong kind of item. So we have packet, we have kind, and then bytes. So maybe... This is definitely looking like it wants a stream item. And this is something that should be able to go into the sort of stream item. I think we're too far in at this point. Because the server bound packet is actually the payload of the stream item. So maybe this here is a stream item. We break it apart. Of course, it's going to want to know what the different kinds are. Sure. Did I create some nice to haves in here? No, I didn't. Where is server bound packet kind? I see. And then we have I hope that's the right type. I really can't tell if that's the right type or not. Oh, Rocket finally compiles unstable now. Oh, nice. What up 4.5? So in this case, we would do a self. I'm going to clean up some of these while thinking about that. Metric sender, spliner. So those calls are going to be a little different. Self-up packeteer. Okay. Now this auth here is going to be self.auth. Almost. Let's try with an A. There we go. Oh, that was process, wasn't it? That was the that other function. Process stream and process stream item, perhaps. Should be able to get rid of that. Okay. Ah, source. Auth-lib. That's this function here. I'm going to take that, go to the other file, drop that in there, delete the new function. Okay, deleting that from there. There. New is in lib. All stream items over here. Let's go patch that into lib. All right. Is that actually using everything in there? That's surprising. Okay. So here we have process. Process looks like it's doing the right thing. We've got create account, self-to-login, etc. Good. $419 dependencies? Are you talking about my project? Because I think I have more than that. It's too fast. 416. Ha! I win. Oh, no, they win. They win. Okay, let's add 3. Let's add Rocket. We'll make Rocket a dependency. Okay, that works. Now we're going to go back and do process stream item. I think this one's just fine. This is actually expecting a server mount packet and an auth stream ID. So if we work back from here to auth process stream, we know what this is supposed to be then. Because those arguments there, it's going to be a stream ID, auth stream ID here, and packet is going to be a server bound packet. So where does packet come from here? Let's just work our way back. Try into on that. And that's from message. Server bound packet server bound packet doesn't have that. That's stream item. User L syntax. All right, yes, we get that. That kind is not there. Let's say, let's deconstruct that. Let stream item is stream ID and kind. Okay, that should deconstruct that. Then we'll get other sorts of issues there. All right. But now at this point, we have to figure these out. Process stream is called from server lib. I think that's what it was here. And this isn't actually compiling far enough to be able to tell us. Oh, no, we're not working on the multiplexer crate right now. This is actually some of the game server logic. We're fixing up the authentication flow to use multiplexer and packeteer. So yeah, this is the auth code. Right now we're fixing up this run authentication, and run authentication creates a new auth object with those parts. And we either add a new connection to the multiplexer and packeteer, or given a new packet, we process it. So this process stream right there comes back into process stream at this point, and I don't know the type. Okay, let's work that backwards. Expected unit found results. So yes, we know it's a result type. Auth stream ID. Oh, did I get that backwards? I do that. Yeah, it's got type and then ID. I've got these. Okay, flip comma. Is that the wrong comma? No, that was the right one. We'll have to await that one. Not sure on the error type yet. No item kind? What? Oh, that's right. Channel change is gone. That is absolutely gone. All right. process stream item should be there. No method named process stream item found for mutable reference, auth-db in the current scope. Did I forget to toss a self on there? No, it's there. Mutable self, of async function. Self to process stream item. Why can't it find this? Auth lib, process stream item is there. Did we implement this for something else? Ah, process, stream, starum, item. Good. So maybe this is supposed to be a server-bound packet kind. Server-bound packet. Okay, that looks correct. Now, how about this side? Oh, that's different. Remove stream. It's async. This is probably some sort of multiplexer error. I'm guessing that's the case. It's most likely the case because it's coming from multiplexer eventually. Alright. Not satisfied for the trait. Found legacy ID value. Okay. So that's stream ID. Tell us a question mark on that, and this file is nearly done. Why didn't streamutils help there? It seems like this here is going to be helpful. Server bound stream item. Alright, I'm going to be a little lazy and put that in here. There we go. Oh. Expected to found one. Oh, it needs the ID as well. Oh, and this actually has to change. Alright, forget it. Not doing that right now. Alright. Process stream. This looks mostly done. Interesting that works the same way there. Yeah, those type aliases, I just got lazy at typing this stuff out. I don't know, some things like this, ST and W, if that ever needs to change, it would be nice to just be able to change that in one place. Oh, interesting message. Large value message.
Only you had a motive for murder.
Or did it actually move? Oh, the into moved it. Yes. Sender is TX, receiver is RX. Nightshade dude. How's it going? I see.
She was murdered.
Now, does the error come back with the message from a try into? Why does that say it's infallible? Okay. Oh yes, we're gonna have a bunch of those. And if these ever fail, all right. Okay, we don't end up using that. That's fine. I'm cleaning up the unused futures real quick. All right, the rest, I don't think we have a way to convert those errors. Hmm. Stream multiplexer, we'll do that. Now auth actually needs stream multiplexer. Okay. Okay. Send error. Cargo to Tommel. Okay. Or part of it. All right, those were some of the easier ones, or simpler ones. Like auth stream ID and stream ID. Like those are handy. Because otherwise it's not clear why we're using this one versus the other one. I don't know. I mean, multiplexer itself is kind of... I mean, it might not be so bad now that we're not passing it through everything. I didn't think about that. I think at the moment I'm going to toss a fix me in here. Reducing. All right. All right, back to auth here. Okay. Now in this case, what should we do with these? Somebody's coming through. Where are we? We're in process stream, so this is kind of high up, just inside the outer loop here. And if we get any sort of error, we're going to drop them. Now, if we cannot remove them from Packeteer, is that a good or a bad thing? I don't think we care. We're just trying to empty them. Right there. Now it's logged. All right, what about in this case? What happens here? It says if anything bad happens while we're trying to parse the packet. They sent us some garbage. At this point, we're just dropping the stream and moving on. Yep, they're just going away. We could do the same thing as we did above and log that information. I don't think it's all that helpful though. Okay, this one's the most interesting of those branches. Process stream item. So if their auth or create account didn't work, and we ended up getting an error at this point, we're going to log the error. Where are we logging the error? Here and here. We could do the same thing here, but I don't think it's... I mean, if we have to do that, I would just say, save it to the booleans like we did before. Get rid of this and just include it here. Then at least if we start to see something weird, and it comes down to this, we should be able to draw some information from the logs. Even though we're kind of silencing the error. It's at least a signal. All right. Yay, auth is good again. Okay. Now we have character that we can do the same thing with, and then perhaps game master. Character lib. All right. A bit of the same thing is going to go on here. Let's start at the very top. Server main. Running in here. Run auth, that's fine. Run character, fine. Gonna comment out game master again. Because if we can get these first two done, we can actually run the server and see if we can log in. I mean, in fact, we could probably run it with just auth, but it's not all that interesting. Okay, so we have these connections. Here we're going to run character. Character has its little spawner. It's got a multiplexer here. And this has to get all fancied up. All right. Character lib. What do we have here? Let's break this out into pieces. Character source. Error.rs. Gonna move that. There we go. Let's grab all of that, toss this in here. What does it not want for this? Gonna go back. Mod error. Abuse. Error. Character error. There. Like it never moved. Alright, so that goes away. That goes away. And that one goes away. Probably going to need both of those for character. All right. Technically, this is now a receiver. Just anticipating a little bit there. All right. Now let's try to match parity here. Is this process item or process stream? This feels like process stream item. Because we get one thing here. Character, source. All right. Character. I'm going to cheat and use some of these. We're going to need that. Character connections. This will be a receiver. Packeteer is no longer an auth packeteer, just a regular one. Connection state store, that's fine. Spiner and event sender. Okay. Clean some of this up. Let's rename this to Get Actors. Okay, we're getting rid of multiplexer. And those. We will have a self on there though. Character lib, create actor, get actor, CHARACT. There we go. Okay, that exists, that works. Just going through this somewhat quickly. I know that's not correct, that should be packeteer. Okay. Now in the case that something fails at this level, they've already logged in. Connection state, account ID. The stream ID should not be usize anymore. It actually should be stream ID, which technically is a UUID. Am I doing that like that? I get that. All right. We could do a UUID on this. I don't know if that's where we want it. All right, I'm gonna do it. Those are going away. Out of curiosity, what does What does this actually use connection state store for? Login. We init this. So this is with their other kind. So that should be a UUID. There we go. Okay. There we go. Ah, it doesn't have that. Auth cargo. Oh, IDs defined multiple times. I don't know. This is like, it's kind of our stream ID here. Oh, interesting. So the ID kerfluffle above was causing an issue. All right, how should it be? Stream ID. Oh, no, it was fine. Okay. All right. Okay, we're gonna snag that. Probably have one more of those to do. There we go. Now down to character. Stream ID for character is going to be a UUID. Okay, those 4 places. Oh, it doesn't have a UUID. Auth cargo. Character cargo. GUID. There we go. Connection state store. What's the ID type? Okay. Okay. Now we have a decent amount of errors we can work with. Let's start at the top. Character lib. Nothing's in there. Perfect. We need to extract a function though. Which functions are going to be? It is going to be server lib. So run character. It's going to have this big long block here. Alright, this is going to become a function. Verduda! Hey, how's it going? We're just cranking away. Trying to write some code. The auth code compiles. Now we're trying to get the character management stuff to compile. All right, now in this case, we need more than this. Oh, we have Packeteer. No, I just couldn't see it. All right. So I'm going to be lazy. Look at auth real quick. Auth lib. Oh, that's not in that file. It's still over in server, just up here. Basically, we're doing the same thing. We're going to be receiving packets where we have them come in. So yeah, it's going to be this one instead of that one down there. The body of the loop down below is actually going to become our process stream. So I'll call a new one there. This. Let's create a new function. Was that the order we want though? No, I want multiplexer, packeteer. I mean, really, I don't care all that much. Generate new. There we go. Plus a constraint. Blinksy, good afternoon and happy Friday. Hope everybody's having a good Friday. I'm having a pretty good Friday. Made a lot of progress on this. You do field reordering. Oh, no way. Wow, that's cool. So if I do something like not in function args though. I see. Character new. Why can't it find this? Character lib, character impl new here. Pub function new. Why wouldn't that be the default? Oh, I guess it's not always the case that you want something to be new. All right. Oh, is that not public? There we go. It wasn't public. And then turn the public rate into... Oh, nice. There we go. Expected 6, found 0. So what's I want first? Multiplexer. Followed by Packeteer. Character connections. Ah, this is the RX. Character con RX. Followed by connection state store. Followed by Spiner. And metric center. Okay. All right. Now this connections is going to be... Actually, it doesn't need character connection RX. It needs Game Master connections. So that we can actually send things to Game Master. Okay. I should have been renaming those. All right. Okay, so it's just characters. Hit the new stream pair. Now this ID here, what kind is this ID? Because when they sent this, they actually sent it with a valid ID, didn't they? Ah, we need that. We need the ID. It's got to look like that. So auth login. We figure that out and we'll go to send. Where is that? Change channel. Here we are. This change needs 3 elements. Oh, but if I do it by account ID,
At the dawn of the day, I can hear you calling his name.
we won't be able to have characters with from the same account coming in.
Black obsidian walls mixed with sparkling evergreen. It's a calm for the noise, the same thing you were seeing. And I dream of you.
Try send account. Okay. I would much rather this be their character, but they don't actually make that choice until later.
And I dream of you. And you dream of me. Could this be the age of discovery?
Yeah, and I don't want to have an intermediary lookup for this either. All right. Oh, bummer. Okay, so we could do one character per account at the moment. That's too bad. I was really hoping to have a little bit more there. I mean, maybe when we add them on the other side, we can see, do we already have them? If so, like bump it by one or something. Because we're not going to know the character ID until they've actually chosen it. I mean, at that point, maybe we take them out, we put them back in. That'd be fine. Well, let's do that. We'll just keep changing their IDs. Okay, so here's their account ID. Oh, that could also be interesting. Have a channel for account IDs. Create a group. Huh. Now, would that actually be useful? Send message to all of myselves. Alright, now in this case, this character connections is the wrong kind. This stream sender is not correct. This new stream pair is not going to work for this. Let's give that a save. Alright, we're going to get rid of these two. Yeah. First, let's fix auth back up. Sender and receiver there. Here we have a sender. We don't have that. Character is going to need that too. Same with Game Master. Just preemptive. It knows it's coming. Alright. There's many more that Game Master doesn't have. I gotta pour some more water. All right. Character cargo, etc., etc., etc. Where were we? We were in auth, fixing that. I know it's not quite the same. Oh, what is the stream sender? Oh yeah, that went away. This is a sender, and in this case it's going to be a tuple of followed by oh, that's right, TX and RX. Does that work? It has to be dying, doesn't it? Okay, that goes away too. Okay. Ah, that should be boxed, right? Okay, that makes sense. Now, character connections, these are elements that we're going to be sending out. So this is exactly what we were seeing down below. This piece here. Actually, let's just copy that. Or open a new terminal. Thank you. Okay. Why don't we have a receiver anywhere? That's right, it got moved out. Okay. Now in this case, we need to send to that location with the account ID. That's good. All right, we've made it through auth again. TCP server, game master, sure. Character, I know it's a big work in progress, but Okay. Auth is working again. Back to character lib. Now this stream center doesn't actually exist. When we send something to Game Master to be set up, what do we have to send? We're going to be using the same. That's a good question. Should we be using the same packeteer? We could. I don't see why we wouldn't. Let's use a different one. All right, now in this case, when we send something to Game Master, that's going to put them in kind of general connections, game connections, all of those. It's going to be a different UUID. Probably one that's actually their character ID and not their account ID. Stream writer, stream reader. Ah, this needs to be a sender of that tuple, which also means we have to pull that in. Async channel sender. Now where's our receiver? That's actually somewhere else, isn't it? Ah, these are boxed. There we go. Okay, so the character selection code will be emitting a triplet of that, a tuple with 3 items, as a connection state store, which it will be sharing across them. That's fine. With spawner in that. Okay. Ah, yes. There we go. Let's start to wrap these up in a proper impl. So in select actor,
It's just the way can't keep you honest like you're coming clean. It's just the way
all right, now we can actually get rid of some of these. Those 3, we'll take immutable self. Okay, once we have the immutable self, clean up some of the tracing. Just skip on self. I'm gonna just prefix the obvious things with self real quick. All right, now some of those are actually wrong. Change stream channel. Yeah, as we saw before, we need to reverse this. Want the packet, we want to send it before we switch the channels. Nicholas, welcome back. Welcome back.
can't stop yourself from coming over. It's just the way I know you have 2 devils on both of your shoulders. It's just the way
10 hours. Yeah, it's a long day. Endurance? Low sanity, high endurance. I mean, you work with what you got, you know. Then I want to get this piece done. I like the streams when we're actually making a little bit more game logic, you know? Right now I feel like we're in the middle of a big refactor. And I want to get past the refactor so that the game server is actually going to evolve again. Because it hasn't evolved in like a month and a half. I mean, it kind of has. Especially when you think about the game server and like the big picture sort of thing, right? The blue area, the pink area, those have all been worked on in the past 2 months. But not the green area. And I want to get back to the green. Alright. So what do we have here? We've got select actor, multiplexer, send to. I mean, usually I don't speak this many words in a day, so that's actually kind of hard on my voice. All right. What's going on here? Select actor. Yes, we were reversing the order of this packet. Callback packet. This is going to be packeteer. Going to be client publish to a specific client. This stream ID should be a UUID. Perfect. Callback. Toss one of those on there. Ta-da. Published is no longer await. All right, now this is where we switch. Because after they have selected their actor, this stream ID currently is their actor ID, or their account ID. We want to take them out of the multiplexer and out of the packeteer, send them to the game master where it will re-add them with their character IDs. And what this will mean that you cannot go through the login and character selection process in the same account twice, right? One would actually kick the next one out. I should go through and think about that a little more, because what actually happens if we do that? All right, so let's take that. I'm gonna go ahead and grab that from auth. Where do we do that? That's auth login change channel, something like this. Toss that back over into select actor. It's going to be something like this. A little inspiration there. Self blah 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 blah. Remove stream ID. All right, now this multiplexer here is using the wrong kind. All right, let's get rid of this. Coming back at you, auth. Let's fix auth up again. Now, multiplexer wants two things, and it's... Oh, drat. We gotta actually pull that channel in. Okay, so stream util, cargo to toml, stream multiplexer, copy that, auth cargo. Oh, it's already there. Fine. How about channels? Character cargo. It already has it. What about game master? Aha! It doesn't have it. Alright, now it does. There's multiplexer. And it wants to stream first, followed by the ID. Now this is going to be a stream reader? I've forgotten. A box of a stream reader. Okay. followed by a specific ID. Now for auth, that's going to be ID, which is not from the setup. This is going to be legacy ID, ID. Toss a comma, 2 commas, there we go. Okay, auth is back to normal there. Let's go back into character lib. This one's a little different. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and copy that from auth lib. Just yank that out of there. All we're doing is changing the ID. So instead of that,
Well, thank you. Thank you for the bits, man. Best background noises for
Realm of the Mad God. Oh, nice. Man, it's been a while since I've thought about ROTMG. That's a great setup. I love Realm of the Mad God. Stream multiplexer. There we go. Oh man, it's a great one. All right, now we're just gonna copy that from there to here, delete that, save. Okay, done with that file. Character. Now we were in select actor. Let's finish up with select actor. We no longer change like that. Here, of character connections, we're going to change those to game master connections. Try to send not with the account ID, but with the actor ID. Is that saved out to a local here? It is not. Load actor.id. Okay. And then Game Master, they'll just do the same thing. Connection state store, that goes away. That's, oops. What else goes away in here? Save, please. Thank you, computer. Did you pick a good one? Oh, looking through. Here, give me another one. Give me another one. What's the best thing about Switzerland? I don't know, but the flag is a big plus. Didn't. All right, that. Apologies to any Swiss person out there. We do not guarantee that any of the jokes are of any quality. So just that they're clean. Or have the appearance of cleanliness. Okay, so select actor is good. Create actor, good. We're going to take the same. Oh, that's right. We don't have multiplexer there now. Multiplexer's gone. Request ID, that's gone, that's gone. Take immutable self. Save that. I'm gonna get rid of DB there. Tell self, okay, I'm gonna copy some code from select actor. That up there, good. Okay, we'll get rid of Spiner, and we need to know what character is. Toss some selfs on some of these. Alright, most of those are wrong. Ah, and I did delete that line. Oops. There. Oh, not with standard though. I need another section. There we go. Alright, now in this case, what are we doing? We're just trying to send a packet out. Alright, we do not have to change to Game Master either. This is just acknowledging that, hey, your actor has been created, or it failed to create. So we can get rid of that. Packeteer, client publish, and remove the little bits there, question mark, boom, done. Now in this case, same thing, call back into, good. This one, oh, that's better, okay. Now down to this get actors. So after you log in, you'll have an actor list, right? You can either create a new one, or you can choose one from your existing list. This is what populates that existing list. Now this create actor, did we rename that? We didn't. Create actor. Get actors, is this one renamed? It is. Create actor, select actor, all right. All right, get actors, here we go. Going through that. Connection state, we ensure that the stream ID is owned by this. Ah, this stream ID, this should be your account ID, shouldn't it? Okay, we're gonna have some issues coming up with this, but I think they're manageable. We'll have to basically remove you from the connection state and re-add you. What is this project, Mr. Braun? We're working on a game server and occasionally a game client. All right, we'll come back to that. Not too worried about those pieces there. We'll have get actors for the account. Here's the account ID. Hopefully we added the right one there. I think we did. Yeah, the problem's going to be the stream ID there. Okay. Actually, I'm going to go change that real quick. So in select actor, where is it? Where is it? Set entity IDs. This needs to be changed. So after we know that you have actually saved this and your connection ID is going to be changing, we need to change your stream ID here. Well, self.constate. So remove connection. Stream ID. And then we have to create a new one. Self.constate. So create connection? What is it? Account ID, init connection. And in this case, we're going to have your actor ID as your new stream ID. Then that actor ID should have, so connection ID to account ID. Now this account ID is what? Where do I get that? Does this does it return your account ID? Oh, I need the account ID. Where is it? Where is it? I thought we had it around here. We could change it from remove connection. This is using dash map, so it could give us that back. All right, but what is it actually giving us back? In this case, our dash map has entity IDs. It'll have a connection ID. No, that's not the dash map. Here it is, to our connection state. So whatever the stream ID is to the connection state, we should probably return the ID, the account ID from the connection state there. All right. All right. Entity IDs. We can get the account ID back. Oh, let's just do that. It already has something. Okay, that'll work. Colon state dot remove no. Account ID. Yeah, we're gonna take that. We'll have the account ID there. See, why are we even setting those? We shouldn't even be setting them. Okay, we'll remove it. Get the account ID. Then we set it up again using a different stream ID. This time it's going to be the actor ID. Too many N's. There we go. What's the architecture of the game server or the client? We draw a little picture real quick. This one's a little messy. We can come up here. Nope. That's still a little messy. So now I've been doing this for like, I don't know, 10.5 hours. I'm a little punchy. So basically we have a little bit what you saw before. That's down here. In that there's a couple of pieces, right? And I treat game servers as kind of a three-party system. One, that little pink area there, if it's this color here, basically this stuff here is the incoming packets, and we have a system that helps to provide back pressure against those packets. So the game master will pull data in from this set of packets if it wants to. They could be tossing packets at us as fast as possible, but we're only going to process them as fast as we can. It's a nice setup so that the game server doesn't get overwhelmed. Then, if you view a game server as really given inputs, changes happen, and then there are outputs. The pink is the inputs, the green is the change management system, the game master, and then the blue is the outputs. Who do I tell about this change, or who should be interested in this change? So it's pub sub-esque, and that's what we've been working on the past, I don't know, week and a half. And then before that, we were working on the pink stuff, giving that a bit of an update. And here we're back into updating Game Master, the green section with those changes from the blue and the pink sections. So at the moment, we've actually made it through updating authentication. We're now updating character creation and selection, and then we'll be updating the Game Master portion, which is just 3 different pieces inside of the Game Master here. So the clients are written in Godot, or actually we're using the Godot game engine. We're writing Rust code for it. And they connect to the server using a TCP socket that has a CBOR serialization format in it. All right, now in this case we have expected, that's account ID. That should exist. Okay, so we have the account ID, remove the connection, given the stream ID. Let's add something on here. Updating the con state with a new connection ID for the account. I don't like that. Let's say changing from account ID to actor ID. There you go. Something more like that, changing the from account ID to actor ID for the connection ID and constant. Then we'll reinitialize the connection, and we could already put the selected actor in it. Set entity IDs. Given the connection ID, this is going to be account ID. And then what do we pass into that? That is entity IDs. Oh, where did I learn all this? Let's see, does this actually work that way into entity IDs? Okay, it does. So I decided to learn Rust about, well, what is it? It's August last September. So 11 months ago. I had dabbled in it a little bit beforehand, but nothing ever really stuck. And since then, I've been trying to do this every day. Not 10.5 hours, but usually a couple hours in the morning before work. Game server stuff, well, I've been programming for a long time. So, done C, C++, Java, Erlang, all of those in production. Flash, goodness. All right. This is really how we control access on this. Now, are you a beginner programmer or a beginner Rust programmer? Or both? Beginner Rust? And are you coming from other programming languages? Which ones might help direct you? All right. So that should set them up fine. Now the game master just has to accept it. It's already set up in the connection state. Does he play Rust? Oh, that game. No, I don't. Oh, JavaScript, Java, Python, and Go. Okay, yeah. So it's going to have like some similarity to channels in Go, but mostly backend stuff. Oh, that's perfect. I would actually start by at least starting with the book. Oh, that's funny. I am the one who borrowed checks. All right, so at this point, I would suggest starting here. They've actually got fairly good stuff. If you're familiar with JavaScript, Java, Python, and Go, you've done the book. Okay, now after the book, though, where I started was actually going through and doing some exorcism.io stuff. I imagine that's very similar to the wrestling scores, but I actually went through here. You made a few CLI apps. You want to learn game programming. Oh, okay. That's a little bit more specific. Yeah, now game programming is different than many other things. Now, while I will often go off on a tangent in order to learn Rust, because that's part of what my goal is to learn Rust, I think that proper game programming is to keep your eye on actually delivering a game, right? Because it's like a writer writing a book but never actually publishing it, never actually getting it out there. If your goal is really to build a game, it's to actually tell a story and have other people play the story, play with the toy, whatever it is. Some games are toys, some games are stories, some are experiences. So leaning on that sort of creative side of yourself, your goal is really to present that experience and less about like how you get to it. I know that's really vague, but I think that a lot of programmers, when they get into doing game stuff, they will build the ivory tower and they will never build a game. So they'll keep thinking, oh, I need to change this, I need to fix this, this isn't performing enough, I have too many heap allocations, whatever it is. And while I'm guilty of that while learning Rust here, I think doing this properly, you would make a certain number of sacrifices in order to get a game out there. So, with that in mind, think about the story or the kind of game that you actually want to build. Because while there are all sorts of interesting things that you could like dive into, I've got like a whole book here on game programming patterns, right? Where was it? It's around here somewhere. I know I could point to it and hold it up, but you wouldn't see me. There's all sorts of stuff that you can get into that is just, about games. Yeah, game programming patterns. Robert Nystrom. What is it? Yeah, it's the one with the little funny cover. It's none of those. It's this one here. This one, it's just more. I would say this one has a lot of the same patterns that are in the Four Horsemen book.
Some of them are game specific, but not very many. So if you've gone through kind of Four Horsemen book or you know software design patterns, whatever design pattern book that you feel like, you're going to get a lot of that stuff. So I don't know. After you kind of figure out what you want your game to be, I think a lot of that actually makes a lot of the decisions for you. Because if you're trying to make some sort of uh, very twitchy networking game, right, you're going to make different decisions. I'm making decisions that are based on sort of casual multiplayer game. So we're not going to have like ultra real time sort of networking layers. No, we're going to have networking layers that are going to be blocked by few firewalls, right? And we'll probably lend to that. We might spend some extra work on making our streams actually work with firewalls. We might support WebSockets, etc. All right, now in this case, send the packet back. I know that it's kind of a wishy-washy answer, but I think the focus is really, design the game and then build it, right? You're a software engineer and you're trying to make mobile games. Learn a game engine that can do that. I've chosen to work with Godot engine. I like their setup. Oh, you can never write code this clean. Oh my goodness, my code is not clean. Don't worry about the cleanliness of your code. Oh, but like a lot of games out there have horrible code. Yeah, I can almost guarantee like Five Nights at Freddy's, right? The guy wasn't a coder really. Right? He probably made 17, 18 games before that one hit. Maybe 20, I don't know. He made a whole bunch of games. But he was a storyteller, he wasn't a coder. So, worry about, telling the story and accomplish that. I think a lot of people actually make games using like Game Maker Pro, things like that, which don't have any code in them. It's just state machines. It's like, oh, if this, set that. If this, set that. So knowing how to code is kind of a benefit, kind of a hindrance, because you're going to look at this, you're going to look at it in the eyes of a developer and not focus on actually building something and getting it out. Speaking of actually building something and getting it out, I'm happy to answer more questions on there, but I feel like I'm just talking in circles there. Let me know if you have specifics. All right, here we have Packeteer. We're going to publish to the client this stream ID. Now this is in get actors. All right, so we get the actors, do that, yada yada. Same thing here. Packeteer, client publish. All right, we can tighten that up, get that nice and close. There we go. Yep, we also have GitHub. We got Git, which also has some of the other repos. I use SourceHut also. All right. Ah, no, TCP server. Oh, goodness. We're just about done with these? I don't believe it. Metrics are never used there. Fine, we'll clean that up. Okay, clean up these. Little cascade of messages here. Ah, yes, that's gone. This needs to be something else. Oh, TCP server doesn't have that. Auth. Stream multi. All right. $1,000 channel points. I know, nothing to do. Actually, I want to eventually wire up the game server once it's up and running to be able to redeem things from here into there. So save them. They might be useful. I want to make a decent sized project, but it's a little out of your comfort zone. Bricks are, yep, programming seemed something new and challenging, so you thought, why not try it in the language that I'm recently learning and want to be proficient in? That sounds perfect, right? You have the motivation to be able to learn something new. Two things new, the language and game dev. But I would highly, highly recommend focus on getting the story out, right? Or the toy, whatever it is. Some are toys, some are stories, right? Take shortcuts when you can. Get something working, get it in people's hands. What you want to make first isn't what you're going to end up pushing out. All right. Yeah, don't be afraid to throw away code. TCP server. All right, stream pair is gone. Ah, and this is for the new stuff. Okay, so sender, we'll have a tuple here. Box. And what is it? This is a box stream writer, followed by a box stream reader. Why do I not have stream utils in here? Not all of it is public. Pieces keep kind of coming up and becoming public, but the whole thing here is not public, no. Yeah, Minecraft mods. Yep, you can do a lot of cool stuff with that. Oh, CM Griffing, how are ya? Welcome. Welcome to the punchy, sort of exciting part of the stream where I mentally break down after almost 11 hours of streaming. Ah, well, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. We've almost got the server back together again. Almost. Not quite, but almost. Another 11 hours left? If you don't tell me, it might happen. Kidding. All right, thank you. All right. All right. Let's keep going. All right, give me just a couple moments. Gotta set something up for one of the kids. Like, Father, we want time on the electronics. Like, all right. Fine. You may have time. Okay, so that's getting set up. We've got some of these init connection bits. See, now it's saying that this return type must be used. What could we possibly get back from that? How does that actually fail? Am I a Twitch partner yet? I am not, no. All right, well, enjoy your nap, Chris. All right, now in this case, we have these init connections. Now, what is our return here? If we could get a connection state error, a double init, looks like that's the only thing that could happen in here, is if you're actually initializing this twice. If that happens, there's something wrong with this connection. That means that you are trying to log in twice to the same actor. Yeah, in that case, we're gonna drop it. Okay. And if you're unable to set the entity IDs, yeah, that's either this thing doesn't exist, which is highly unlikely. All right, well, if that's the case, we'll go ahead and do that too. All right. Oh, look at that. Just down to server stuff. Oh, this is awesome. Okay. Gotta check on something else real quick. Okay. It's not there yet. It was supposed to send a request. All right, let's keep going. Now in this case, when we run the server, we're going to run the auth, we're going to run character, we're going to run the game master eventually. We have to pull in that async channel. Let's fix a couple of these errors. Not from stable. Okay, some of the stuff, I'd like to have these ordered a certain way. Stream utils is part of the workspace. Okay, these aren't part of the workspace. Oh, interesting. Packeteer is not part of the cargo file. Copy that. Server cargo. Dependencies. Toss that on there. What else? So that goes down here. All right. So we got this try into. I'm going to leave that there for a bit. We'll probably need that. Now this stream receiver, this is really an async channels receiver for auth connections. These connections come in from our TCP acceptor, our TCP socket listener, and it sends them over a async channels channel. So this is going to be a receiver. It's going to be a tuple with a TX followed by RX. All right, there we go. It's going to look something like that. Use async channel. Receiver. All right, so here we have channel. Now, why do I say that? Oh, we actually need to pull in a little bit more from there. So this async channel, not only do we pull in receiver, but I also want to pull in an async channel. And because of the pattern of channels and kind of the Rust ecosystem, I will often do something like this. Because many of them, like Crossbeam, Tokyo, async channel, they all have receiver, sender, etc. And so if you want to switch something out, just changing the import usually does it. If you're using Tokyo, you have a little bit more work if you're using unbound versus bound receivers. Okay. So that gets the first piece set up. Now this part. All right, we have to accept the auth connections. I'm going to take that, bring that back down here, replace that. Character connections are nearly identical, except they also have an ID. Connection state store takes a kind, an ID for this, and this identifier is going to be a UUID. We'll probably be able to save a lot of this typing. It doesn't have it. Server doesn't. Auth cargo. There we go. All right, now we have multiplexer. Ooh, server doesn't have that either. Nope. A lot of these things getting tossed in there today. It's part of the workspace, so it doesn't take long for it to just figure it out. Okay. Okay, now we have something very similar here. Why does run character want a packeteer? I think we decided on it using its own packeteer, didn't we? Yeah, we were going to take it out and put its own back in there. Character connections. Oh, interesting. Up here, this needs to be a sender. Okay, that's good. Character connections. Now we have a receiver. Get rid of that. Game master connections. It's actually going to look very similar to what that was before we changed it. Going to redo that. Game master connections. Okay. That's a sender. Connection state store. And spiner. Okay, those go away. Oh, good. We're starting to get a couple other errors up here. Mismatch types. Yes, one of these probably is taking a sender when it needs the receiver. Okay, we'll figure that out later. Run character. Hmm. All right. You know what? I've been doing this for a while. I'm going to take a 5-minute break. So give me a couple minutes and I'll be back.
Now let's get to work.
Well, if you're wondering what's happened, so am I. The computer that we have running our news from time to time took off and went wild. So what we're gonna do is start over from the top.
All right. Why didn't the melons get married? Because they cantaloupe. That's right. That just happened. All right. Gonna fix one more thing before we get going. There we go. Network should be coming back. My packets are all over the place right now. Could have spent. It wasn't that bad. All right.
Well, if you're wondering what's happened,
Here we go. What's next? Pour some more water. All right, let's see if we can get this up and running in the next hour. I'm hoping we can. Now, what is this saying? This is mismatch type result, blah, 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 blah. Found enum option. It wants the result found in an option. Okay, so something inside of there. Is it auth process maybe? I don't know, it's hard. Oh, that's right. We were actually updating this code. This is the example code, and this is the code that needs to become the example code. Yes, that's right. Okay. So we have a new stream pair. In fact, it's not true. It's not a pair. Let's just call it a new stream. It's a triplet. All right, now after that, we're going to add the stream using the ID on that, and then keep going. That's fine. Now in this case, character process stream. Does that even exist? We have process stream items. I think this is actually supposed to get created using the body down below. So, character source process stream.rs. We're going to toss that in there. Oh, interesting. This should also be different. Okay, well, I don't know. We gotta fix that stuff. Get actors. This should be part of that interface, and it is. It's an impl there. We'll have some other impl there for this one. Okay, but these other files here, lib error, get actors, select actors, these 4, and that one, then 5. Should go through real quick. Okay. Yes, it should still be called process stream item. We should take immutable self. Connection state spinner gone. Good. We'll use character out of the root. Character lib. What was the last file called? Process stream item. And process stream. Hey, Patatas del Papa. How are ya? Yeah, we're gonna make it happen. And either that or I fall asleep. One or the other. All right, so we'll have self there. Server bound packets. What is that from? Multiplexer? Yeah. Oh, it's from messages. I see. There we go. Oh, nice. Helping a friend with homework. That's good. All right. Let's clean up this real quick. Get rid of that. Character error. Character error there. Good. What else do we need? Create actor. Process. That's actually going to be self.that. Get rid of the extra pieces there and there. Good. Self.that. Connection stuff. Okay, that looks good. Okay, let's copy that. Put that in here. Sure, wherever. Fix it for me, thank you. Alright, get actors. Self.get actors. Nice. Okay. Process stream item is good. Alright, now at this point, we're going to go back to one of the files we had been in previously. I think it's server lib. Actually, we were going to check on some of these. Process stream item, this is not it. Character ones. That one looks fine. Get actor and select actor. That one's fine. Select actor. That one's also fine. I'm checking to see whether or not they're in the right impl, because that moved recently. Alright. So given that, that's the auth stuff, character stuff here. We're not passing in Packeteer anymore. That's fine. But this loop here, this block of code, needs to actually become this process stream with the stream item. Alright, that goes over there. Pub function. Process stream. Mutable self. Stream item. It's some sort of stream item. With some sort of error reporting. What are we missing? There we go. All right, so that's in there. It's a little bit of a mess. Let's see. Channel change, that goes away. This con state store. That's just on self now. Let's double check. Is it just called con state? Yeah. right. Call process stream item. Taking away that and that. Okay, good. It's going to have the ID and the message. All right. We might have a value, fine. Might have disconnected, fine. And we might have connected. Now, some of these, if we receive an error, we want to remove you from 3 different things. Basically the connection state store, the multiplexer, and the packet tier, so that has to change. And it's just called con state, okay. Self con state. Connected should exist. That's off of multiplexer. There we go. Oh, tutorial on how to use tracing. I don't have... No, I didn't find any good references on that. Tracing was actually really hard for me to set up. I know it's getting better, but for me to go from what I currently am with tracing items like this into Jaeger was more work than it should have been. And I can probably make like a bunch of that code public though, if you want to use it as a tutorial. But probably not in the next hour. Just remind me. All right, stream items coming out of stream multiplexer. And this wants the ID second. I think it's going to look like this. I'm not certain. We'll see. I think this is part of the problem. The stream item's supposed to be an option or something instead. So I think it's an option to a result and not quite like this. All right, stream ID in this case is... It's a UUID. We no longer do this. However, we will take the stream item. Oh, I see. That's what it was doing. It was unwrapping the nun. The Summer of the Nun. No, that couldn't have been it. Maybe there is supposed to be an option here. Okay, we'll just pay attention to that. And that's out of messages. There we go. Deconstruct that. Fine. All right. Getting closer. Async function. Okay. Now we have to create... character should be self, shouldn't it? This could use a question mark on it for the tracing. Save that, good. A little bit more. Question mark on that. Same thing here. Self-con state there. Mutable self, there we go. Now this is going to say that it already moved, yes. Receive data, yay. Great. Really, that should be down there. We're only looping inside there because we have... Why are we looping in there? Yeah, that shouldn't have been a loop. Oh, I see. I see what we were doing. This was here. It was supposed to be at this level and not the other one. Then task isn't actually used. Instrument await. I see. Yep. We create this and await it. That's fine. Alright, now in these cases here, we actually have to match parity between two objects. And here we're going to have self.packeteer. I'm doing alright. How are you doing? Remove client, stream ID. Now, we could list something here. So if something came back, all right, now we'll just include those. What's the difference between TypeScript and JavaScript? TypeScript is a language that actually compiles down to JavaScript. JavaScript is run by browsers and Node.js and some other things. TypeScript is basically a modification of JavaScript, or rather it's meant to look like JavaScript, but it adds type information to it, hence the type script. Alright, method not found. Oh, these are futures, aren't they? Alright, so we await that, get that back. Yeah, that's pub, async, yada yada, result, etc. Oh, is okay, probably. There we go. We got there. Same thing here, basically. If they aren't in the state, then they are linked. What does this actually mean? So if item card, if we get a notice saying that they are disconnected, what do we do? So TypeScript, I don't understand the typo. It compiles to JavaScript, yeah. So you could run it wherever JavaScript runs, except for maybe IE, because IE does it really run JavaScript? Sorry. Been a web dev for way too long. I might be a little bitter with IE. I think they should actually retire IE faster than they have been. I mean, one of the greatest things that I think happened for IE was when Facebook and YouTube stopped supporting it, and Microsoft was able to retire it sooner because people just stopped using, what was it, like IE 9? Or was that 7? I don't remember. Probably 9. Oh yeah, we should have the same thing happen to IE11. Because currently I think we got like, what, 5 more years? At least on corporate machines that are paying for the long-term support, etc., etc. All right. This here doesn't feel right. Dropping the result if they aren't in the state that they are linked. So we should be removing them from both. That's a connection state. A character stream dropped that didn't exist. So when they leave, I don't think this is actually very accurate here. Well, 10 isn't even supported by Microsoft, right? Just 11? All right, I gotta hurry. How do we even get disconnected? Let's look at stream multiplexer real quick. All right, now I think this has been made a little bit more general than it had been. All right, so in this case, when we are pulling data in, yeah, only when it's dropped do we actually get that. Okay, so if it gets dropped, we should actually be removing it from both of those. Something more like that. I'm going to leave those as warnings for now. Character, and then also, I guess Game Master would have the same issues. Alright, so what's going on with this run auth bit? Why is this failing? Let's give it a check. Unreachable expression. Server lib 137. Oh, look, a loop. Yes, it's unreachable. Fine. One more. 9 previous errors, 2 warnings emitted. All right, expected struct that found option. This has stream item, and this, oh, I wasn't expecting that to already have a stream item. Ah, okay, so 129. Well, that would simplify that. Probably here too. Okay, give it a check again. 8 errors. All right. 117. Really? Oh, up there. Oh, those things get in the way. All right, so this new stream bit, if let some new stream, and what is new stream here? All right, so that has a result with the elements in it, so it's really an OK. Same here, same pattern. Seven errors. All right. Expected packet found bytes. So the stream item is bytes. I think these bytes actually should become a packet. So 125. It's either a from or a try from. Probably a try from. Where does packet live? In messages. Okay. Oh, fuse future is not satisfied. Okay, good. Getting closer. Cargo check. Man, this has been a brutal refactoring. Ah, yes, we need that for the try from. Let's add that real quick. Found result with a packet. What? So 128. All right. It takes 5, but 4 were supplied. Let's do an easy one. Multiplexer packeteer. Why does it actually take a packeteer? It shouldn't take a packeteer. Oh, no, it should, but we have to create it. All right, so then we have a packet here new. All right, 7 warnings. I want an easy one. 7 errors. Fuse future. That one we can do. We can fuse that. And the other one. Nine. Really? Oh, we need Futures EXT. Okay. Double use. Probably going to be in futures, not futures. Util. Future. All right. All right, back down to 7. Use future is not satisfied, not implemented for future. Is that the other one or this one? That one has it. Packeteer is a great word. Oh, thank you. I hope I don't have to extract those. We'll see. Errors in that stuff are just horrible. Blanksy. Nope. This is all I use Rust for. No method named register client found for that. Oh, interesting. Oh, that's right. We renamed that. Okay, that's an easy one. 85. Let's see. Server lib 85, I think. Oh yeah, we got a couple of those. I think we called it new client. No method named new client. All right, what did we call that? Here's Packeteer. Packeteer has client, add client. Okay, a little eye roll there. Add client. Yeah, I've been doing Rust for 11 months. Yeah, just over 11 months. Just days over 11 months here. I do it just a couple hours a day before work usually. This is a little bit of an oddity. I took the day off and I'm being a little greedy with my time today. All right. So if we have add client there, that should work. We also have add client here. These macros just obliterate any sort of helpful warnings inside of here. All right, down to 4. Server lib 131. Expected stream item found result. A result of what though? Expected a stream item with a result to a packet, etc., etc. Found result to a packet, which happens to be infallible. All right. Yeah, personal project time. It really helps with learning new languages. It's been really really nice for that. Just having that dedicated time every day to do that. All right, too much going on there. It's basically the same error in both places. So this stream item, process stream, is too much. So basically, if this stream item see, it has bytes. So it's expecting this to be a result of a packet, not a result of bytes. I mean, our bytes needs to become a packet. All right, how do we actually convert that? Or do I have the type wrong? That's going to be down here in the multiplexer receive. This receive. I wish it would give me type information there. Type information that I'm asking for. Multiplexer dot receive. All right, so what are we getting back from that? Yeah, it's getting us bytes back. It shouldn't be giving us bytes. I mean, multiplexer is supposed to have a codec and a bunch of other stuff in it, so when we get the next piece out, the type should be different. Should we be calling next instead? Multiplexer, I thought it did implement stream. Can we just await multiplexer? No. So we're trying to use receive here. And this stream item is supposed to be coming from the multiplexer. Excuse me, the codec. So framed read, etc. Okay, I feel like I got one of my types wrong here. All right, so here's our receive. We have a new multiplexer here. Has no type on it. We could give it a stronger type here. We used to have it in here. All right, where's stream multiplexer? Not there. Not this one. Where is it? Where is it? All right, that's not working for me. All right. So where's it picking up that type information? Probably in the receive, because this is going to tell it what kind of item it's going to have. And it's seeing the stream item, so it's getting that in probably the process stream then? Yeah, here. Server bound packet. I'm going to give that type and see if that error changes. Oh, come on. Unimplemented. Now, why does it keep going, even though I told it it wasn't implemented? I just want to give it that type information so we can see if that changes the error. All right, expected unit, found stream item. Fine, let's remove that. So server lib 120, forgot I had that there. Okay. Try again. All right, expected struct stream item found. Wow. Have I considered rewriting this in NIM? Never. Nope, I wanted to learn Rust, so I'm doing it in Rust. In fact, it had been an Erlang Elixir project before that, and I wanted to learn Rust, so the Erlang Elixir got pushed aside. And at the very beginning of this project, because of that, we ended up using an actor framework called Actix, not Actix Web, which more people are familiar with, but an actor framework. All right. Oh, you've used Actix. Not ActiveX. Actix, just as GPU Pro spelled out. And while there's in the same sort of repository, Actix is not inside of Actix Web. Two projects that have similar roots but kind of went their own ways. Oh, former Rust user there. Oh, nice. All right. Views feature not satisfied. Don't care at the moment. But this. Oh, this try from. No, not really wanting to look at that at the moment. Although this parse try from might be an issue. All right, let's rethink this. 130. All right, so if we have it like that, one fewer errors. Yeah, I want to know where it's getting. Oh, that's a 91. We don't care about that one. But this one down here. Actually, did that error go away? Did we get that right? Expected that found bytes. Okay. All right, fine. If that's going to be bytes, we'll let it be bytes. So this process stream. That's going to be bytes. Bytes, bytes, bytes. Bytes for everyone. Actually, I would like that to be kind of pulled apart ahead of time. All right, but the stream item, it should have a kind on it. And a stream ID, yes. All right, so if that's bytes, we should fail here. Yep, wrong kind. And that's expected. So if this error here, okay, let's say it's bytes. We receive data, and that's going to be bytes. Sure, leave the debugging for now. Because we want this to actually be a server-bound packet. Can we not do that? Oh, try from. Use try from. Okay, now this is a result. It's not going to like that. Yes. Interesting. So now at this point, I just want to see this compile, so I'm going to toss this on there. Oh, it didn't have the performance you needed for game development. Okay. So what are you using now? All right, that seems to be happier. Now, I don't like the way this ended up. Because ideally, we wouldn't have to pick that apart at that point. I don't see another way. I mean, we have bytes there. We have to convert that. So either we return early. Let's map the error. And at this point, yeah, I've had to actually change my design in order to have the borrowing and fewer arc mutexes. Which I think has actually helped the architecture of the game. Character error. Parse error. Oh, interesting. This could be a message error. Interesting. So we should be getting a message error out of there. so this try from, what sort of error does it result in? Packet to try from. Oh, an IO error. Interesting. What's CPU performance like? Like just, yeah, you want to like know bogomips of a CPU or something? Okay, so that should be able to go into an IO error. So let's do message error instead. Standard IO error. So we'll map this error into a standard IO error. Status. Well, that. Yeah, I really don't have numbers on that yet, GPU Pro. Because it's going to be CPU usage on the mobile devices, on the desktop, on the server. I'm expecting most of the CPU time to actually be spent inside of pathfinding. That's likely going to be the lion's share of the CPU usage. Yeah, if that's a bot, please get rid of it. Thank you. All right. This looks like it's going to be okay. This is through Godot's native scripting. Yes, this is, well, not this code exactly right here, but the Rust portion. Yeah, I'm no longer using GDScript. I'm using Rust for the client, not because of performance issues, but because I didn't want to flip-flop between Rust and Godot GDScript all the time. It's just easier to stay in one language. All right, this does not seem to be having any issues. I'm gonna close that, that should be an IO error. And in that case, we should be able to toss that. Oh, just try from, why is that not working? Let's double check that. Try from should have returned. That's strange. How did I break that with? Was it my try from in messages? Or is it, it was over here. Now we did change that from standard IO error. Did that not match anymore? Standard IO error, invalid data. This should have failed to compile. Ah, no, we have a question mark at the end. Huh. Okay, which means that the message error actually comes into IO error here. Oops. Here. Oh, come on, fingers.
You say it's all my fault, I walked away from it all those memories haunting our fall. A single life has come at the right time. I gave you a chance to treat me right. I'm a blank canvas you can paint. Draw yourself a future with me. It's a mystery what awaits. Oh, it's a miracle life. It's a miracle day.
All right. Yeah, whatever it is, just got timed out for 10 minutes. And to whomever that was, if it was a mistake and you are a real person and would like to have a conversation about this later, go ahead and private message me. All right. Okay, that's better. Oh, I see. Is this not... Process stream doesn't return an error or anything. Character error there. That's why. All right. Oh, you made him. Oh, cool. Yeah, it's really just a nuisance in here. I mean, it's neat, but I prefer the bots not being there because it makes it harder for me to actually read the chat that's going by, especially when it looks like gibberish. It's just hard to parse. All right. So if this fails and we get a message error, I would rather this be parser, but that's going to be a CBOR issue, isn't it? Okay, to try from. All right, we're going to put that as back to standard IO error. Yeah, something else is going on where that didn't quite match up. Can only be used in a function that returns results or option. This returns result. But it doesn't recognize character error. There we go. Fine. Okay.